myself.
I couldn't find the indoor box.
Oh, it's across the hall right now.
Yeah, I don't know what the time
Nice wings.
You like those?
I'm dressed as a commissioner.
I see that, and it's a fine job. I wouldn't have been able to guess that.
You wouldn't be able to
Get
guess
it?
it.
Hi, will you see if it's working?
Yeah.
It looks like on my end.
Got it?
Had my commissioner pin on.
Careful.
You do.
Perfect, great, thank you. If anything happens, y'all just text me. Okay, thanks.
And there's Dale.
Here comes the Bogelmeister.
Yeah, and Dale's behind him.
So you're economic housing today, or are you something else?
Economic development. Economic housing.
Attainable housing.
Attainable housing.
Economic attainable
Yeah.
housing.
Yeah.
Kara and I were at the Attainable Housing meeting yesterday.
And
Nobody else was.
You and who else?
Kara,
Kara cares.
Really?
we were
She
here.
doesn't have to worry,
at
she's got a
2:30.
really good.
I'll always be here.
Vogel is chair of that, isn't
Well, let's ask him.
he? Well, and in conclusion.
Hello, Charles.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Charles, I have a question for you, and I'm sure it's me. I was here for the Attainable Housing meeting at 2:30 yesterday.
You didn't get the word.
Obviously. I knew the later one was postponed because of the weather, but I thought the 2:30 one was still on.
It was, and had been rescheduled to be at the same location, so we met at the courthouse at 2:30,
What courthouse?
the Westcliff.
This building?
Town
Oh,
Hall.
no, you mean town hall.
Oh.
Yeah.
Custer County Board of County Commissioners meeting will come to order. Let the record show that today is October the 31st, 2019. The time is 9:00 a.m. I wonder, Mr. Wilson Jarvis, if you would do the honor of leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance,
I
sir.
will, sir.
Thank you.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Well, for all the national fans, congratulations.
Yeah,
Oh,
really.
hiss.
That's a historic game.
That was amazing, I mean, the way team wins
Every game, yeah.
Right.
Wow. Madam Clerk to the Board, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Commissioner Flower?
Present.
Commissioner Canada?
Here.
Commissioner Prince?
Here.
Attorney Clint Smith?
Present.
And Clerk to the Board, Kelly Campbell, present.
Well, thank you.
That's social butterfly.
Audience introductions, would you start, sir?
Wilson Jarvis, rural Custer County.
Charles Bogle, rural Custer County.
Gary Taylor, Silver Cliff.
Thank you, welcome, good to have you. Amendments to the agenda.
I don't have any.
I'd like to make a suggestion, if I may, sir.
Go ahead.
We have a workshop later today on broadband. We also have discussion of broadband on the agenda. I'm wondering if it would make more sense to postpone the discussion on broadband until after the workshop.
I have a question to ask during
I
that
think
time.
Bill was gonna bring up something during that
It's
agenda.
not related.
No
to the
problem, I
workshop.
didn't realize
Yeah.
it was something different. Okay, I'm good. I have nothing else.
I would move to delete consideration of authorizing KTLF on Lookout Mountain from the agenda. He is not able to make it from the Springs today.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to delete the item concerning authorizing KTLF to transmit off of Lookout Mountain. It's not debatable. Proceed to vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed nay. Motion carries. We'll strike that. Anything else on the agenda?
No, sir.
We'll move on. Approval of the minutes, October the 23rd.
I move that we approve the minutes for October 23rd as presented.
Thank you. I'll second the motion. Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of October the 23rd, meeting held in Wetmore. I thought the meeting, discussion, sorry.
It's looked good to me.
Yeah, I
Looked
thought
good to
it
me
was
too, I
good.
didn't catch it.
Which is all we do, right, is try to catch,
Make the record correct.
because I just think it's interesting reading. Further discussion?
He goes to bed.
Hearing none, vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed nay. Motion carries. Minutes of October 23rd have been approved. Commissioner items. Commissioner Prince, would you like to begin?
Sure. Yesterday I attended the Upper Arkansas Area Council of Governments meeting. Supposed to be in by Univista, which meant a long ride, but thank goodness for the weather. We did it by phone. So we did the call-in phone conferencing. Still lasted 3 hours, but these meetings just last forever. It was excellent, and they're looking for a new director. Judy Lohans is retiring.
Oh, really?
The end of, I think it's the end of January. So I'm on the committee to help select a replacement. I met with Lisa Drew, the director of the clinic, yesterday. Just she and I met in her office to discuss the future of the ambulance. I also have a meeting with my advisors, and that's what I'm calling them, on November 4th here, to talk about how do we want to proceed with the ambulance from our point of view, and that's at 10 o'clock if you want to. 10 o'clock here at the Forest Reserve.
Say that again,
You
Dan.
have it on the,
I have it on the calendar, yes, sir.
What was it?
It's the ambulance meeting, just 3 or 4 people that
That's just
are
your
kind of
view.
my advisors, is the way I want to put it. I don't want to call it a committee, because I feel that, and I may take a little heat for this right now, but I feel that I'm the point of contact for the BOCC at this point with the ambulance. If I call it a committee and I'm not allowed to be on the committee, I am no longer then the point of contact. So I would like to call the folks my advisors, because ultimately it's gonna come back to the 3 of us to decide where we wanna go.
Well, we originally set up county group, there was a
is this the whole bunch?
emergency
or-
services group, and then you guys got together as a combined group.
That's
You're
correct.
taking the county group, and you
That's
guys are
correct.
discussing options.
We have met as a combined group several times.
Yep.
I asked and I'm calling my advisors as opposed to my committee, because I don't wanna be.
But it's the county advisory.
Correct.
Call them your posse.
My homies.
The ambulance
Okay.
posse.
My homies, to discuss how do we really would like to see from the county point of view, how this should evolve, and then we'll meet back with the entire group again. They're meeting on their own also. In fact, there is a group, separate and distinct from the clinic itself, that is an ambulance group, of which I hope to become a member of today, to try and figure out what's the long term, how we can handle this long term. So that's coming up on the 4th, and it'll be 10 o'clock here, and of course it's open to anybody who'd like to come.
The 4th of November.
Right.
But
4th November, Monday, this coming Monday at 10 o'clock, right here in this room. Let's see what else. I had multiple discussions with the tourism, just kind of working through some of the details on some of the projects they have coming and going. More, they're just keeping up to speed on what's going on in between their regular meetings. Other than that, it's just been a week or so, and I haven't done that much more. But I would like to comment. I got several comments from people about snow plowing, and all of them were extremely positive, so I just wanna pass on to Gary that the majority of the people I spoke to said they were up early, working hard, the roads looked good, and they appreciate it, and I want to pass that compliment
Great,
on.
I'll tell him.
Thank you. And that's all I have,
All
sir.
right, Mr. Kendall?
Did we have something, the underfunded court, meeting on the 21st, is that when it is? In November?
Yes.
I just wanna make sure I got it right, in the thing. Okay. Yeah, a couple things, real quick. Since the last meeting, we had the airport, board meeting out at the airport, and, that was the first storm of, I think it was 3, I can't remember, I've lost count. And that was good. We did discuss the broken, apron on the barn, fire department, I mentioned last time, Kit got out there, looked at it, owned up to it, said it definitely was caused by that truck, it's too heavy. For how that was designed, it needs to be done. So they dug it up, checked it out.
They did dig it up?
No, they, I'm sorry, they looked at it and it needs to be dug up and he got bids on it, and they're $5,000. And so, I decided to ask, the board if they'd consider talking to Don to see if it's worth turning into the insurance. I don't know if it's big enough, but I think we should, if we can save it.
To
Don,
this board or?
no, the airport board.
Oh,
And asked him to consider doing that and getting bids on it, because, and then we'll decide how between us and the fire department's responsible for it. And they agree, but they want us to do everything we can to keep the cost down. So it's worth, it's county property, it's worth turning in. We'll talk to Don and see what the options are. Get later in touch with him.
yeah, you know, it's, if I may.
Yeah.
Damage caused by a non-county entity, should we be turning that into our insurance company? They should be turning it into their insurance company.
It's the same insurance company, isn't it? County building, isn't it?
No.
That fire department?
The fire
I know it's the fire district.
The
No,
district has
they
their
have
own,
their own.
they have their own.
Well, yeah, and that's.
They're not part of the county.
I agree, I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
that's what I
when it was all
thought.
volunteer,
Yeah,
I would feel
you're
totally
right.
different.
You're absolutely right.
But since they have, you know, they're a district of their own,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
District,
they'll pay
you're
for it.
absolutely right. And I just was thinking out loud and
No problem.
when I was talking with him.
Sure.
It does need to be turned into an insurance company.
completely agree.
And I can't believe that they want $5,000 to do that. But that's, you know, they need to get some bids on it. That's a lot of money. Not a lot of concrete. So that was one of the discussions we had. Also, finishing getting the, couldn't do it lately because of the snow, finished rolling out the hay that's out the end of the run. And they did have a prop strike on the deer out there right before that. Tried to buzz them off and the deer crossed. And the airplane chopped the deer in half.
Did the airplane, I mean, was anybody injured?
No, it's just a taxi. Deer just, you know, I had one commit suicide on my car the other day.
A local pilot or?
Yeah.
I hadn't heard about that.
So, it was, you know, I like to say minimal damage. The trouble is anytime you get a prop strike, it involves a lot of inspection. You know, it's a problem. So they worked that. The hangars are all rented up and, they're looking at, what we can do to get that fill dirt in there. I'm gonna talk to Gary and see if we can get, on off times, there's that hill behind the, between the road and the hangars, it has a lot of dirt on it. We're gonna be putting a taxiway and that kind of thing. No reason why we couldn't get a loader out there. Put the dirt from there to Oakfield or something. That's something they'll discuss and bring to us. The upper arc, Terry Skanga has been gone until now. I've got to get a hold of him and find out when the next Blue Line committee meeting is. We want to push that, given the circumstances that are changing all the time. Haven't heard back from him. Yeah.
Are they still amenable to adjusting the blue line and modifying it based on what our ranchers and farmers have recommended?
Yeah, that's what they put under. That's why we want to get with them sooner than later.
Good. I commend
good,
them
good
for
couple
willing to
of
do that.
suggestions they had. It was excellent choice. I mean, good program that both Randy Rusk and Robert Miller had discussed. It was good. Council of Governments, speaking of that, did sit in on a broadband strategic meeting. It's the one that, the strategic plan, what's it called, Charles? It's the
It's an
plan that,
update to our existing strategic plan.
that the Council of Governments has already commissioned.
Yeah, they had.
I can't remember the guy's name, Pat, is that his first name? The consultant that they hired.
Yeah, he was the one that did our original plan.
Right.
It was done under a DOLA contract.
Right. And so they came and interviewed all the county officials several weeks ago, and other people that had a dog in the fight. And he wrote a draft. He's got the second, or is it the third draft out, and for review. And there's a meeting on Friday, which I'm a little confused about that, because we're not going to be. We've agreed to allow the plan with a review to take place beyond the first. And I haven't heard back. Is Judy? Did she get him to agree?
There was a message late yesterday afternoon that Paul is the guy's
Paul,
name.
that's it.
Agreed with the idea of having supplemental county letters to supplement the plan.
Right.
So we'll basically review tomorrow at 9 o'clock with steering committee the basic document, and then at what was it, 1 o'clock? It's a public meeting. It also can be done by phone.
Charles sent a copy to each of us of that flyer for that meeting and slide up, right, for Friday. It can be done on the phone. I'll sit in on the phone most likely.
But and I know Dale and I are planning on going to slide in the morning. But
And so what the bottom line there is, the strategic plan is based upon all counties' internal broadband concepts and desires, and it's rolled up all of those. And Charles had some good input that we need to get back in there, because we've done a lot of updates since they first started that with a lot of things we're doing here. And he sent those to all of us as well. So we'll see how that plays out. We are not held hostage to any county wanting to do something that would cause us to go and be part of it, to raise taxes, to go do something, you know, 'cause it's all dovetailed together. All right, the Booster Club had a tailgate party Saturday, and sold over 350 not sold, gave away 350 hamburgers and lunches, and had a great time. And it must have worked, because for the first time in a few years, Custer County High School won the homecoming game, and handled it. I mean, we looked good, and it was a great time too. We got the reason I bring it up, because we're going to be playing in the snow tomorrow, Saturday, at 1 o'clock. So come. Also attended the sheriff's armor fundraiser. Wow, that place was full. You go?
I
Yeah.
gave a donation later, whenever make it.
Over $10,000 was raised, almost 13, I think they said, something like that. Amazing amount of money. And won an empty chair, lots of people, and not time to talk to anybody. So I thought that went well. And then finally, CenturyLink is supposed to wrap up the end of this month, today. That was their goal. But the snow stopped a lot of things. I've gotten a lot of complaints about how they're cleaning up and grooming what mess they made. So I got to talk to Tim. I got to call into him, and I'm going to find out what his plan is. They have to wait until the ground's thawed out. Who knows what they'll do? Because there's a lot of people are seeing the boulders they turned up, and a lot of things. And then they've strung some lines. I got to talk to them about a couple lines that they hung over a couple roads that they could have bored under. But we'll see what they do about that, if any. Any questions? That's all I got. Oh, I do, and then we'll talk about the other thing. All right.
Not a lot to report. I attended a non-county conference in Denver this last week, so took up some time there. I did want to talk about the upcoming underfunded court commission meeting on the 21st. Custer County has made application for a grant to that. I spoke to Shannon Byerly, our sheriff, yesterday. He indicated he would be willing to be the spokesman if we needed him to be. So I didn't know, I told him I would bring it up today and we could have a little discussion about that. So, yeah, we can have that discussion later on, but just wanted to let you know that, so we'll be thinking about that as well. So, really, I don't have a whole lot else to report. Like you say, it's basically been a week or so. Okay, good. Anything else, gentlemen? Move on. I don't have anything. I did speak with one of the directors yesterday, Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District, and asked him how the meeting went. I was unable to go, and he said it was fairly uneventful, kind of business as usual, so I don't have really a lot to report there either. Attorney items?
Kit Shy, as the fire chief for the Red Mountain Fire Protection District, had agreed to take on the responsibility of revising the burn ordinance, especially the part about issuing the permits and everything. And he had a draft. He sent it out to me and to others, and it was one of those he sent by email with the edit and reply feature, and I spent 3 hours making all my changes, and then with my Neanderthal computer skills promptly lost it. So I did it the old-fashioned.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I printed it out and went through and just did it in red ink instead. And did he come in and pick that up yet, Karen?
He's not.
Okay. I just gave it, I told Kit that she would have it, so. But I think that's pretty close to going. I don't know if it's something they want to get done yet this year. I don't think we're going to have any more fires with all this snow now, but just in case it dries out again.
Yeah.
By the way, is the Decker fire completely under
Yes.
control now?
Yes, it's totally out.
Went out.
Right. Okay, very
It
good.
was announced in my meeting yesterday.
I helped Jackie Hobby with a few of her letters to the septic scofflaws in the county, the ones that build sheds and want to live in the sheds and don't want to put in the septic system. She writes the letters, I go through and tweak them a little bit, and so I did that. And the only other thing, and this isn't really county work, but yesterday I attended, Tuesday, the Bluff Park meeting that Sandusville Land Protection Trust put on for input from the community on what people would like to see as far as improving Bluff Park. It wasn't a big turnout because of the weather, but there were some interesting ideas, and I mean, just if they could pull off some of that, the roundabout there at the end of Main Street, and some other things, it's kind of exciting what they're looking at doing. They're trying to get a GoCo grant for some of it, and there's possibility of other grants. I said the county would probably be good for at least $500,000 on that.
I wouldn't.
You can always promise.
Yeah.
It's coming out of the.
Where was that meeting at?
It was at the community room down
Oh,
at
cool.
Bowling Alley. But it was an interesting meeting, and they did invite everybody to think big. So I submitted some suggestions that I'm sure are bigger than what they could afford. Anyway, that's all I've done since last meeting.
Who led that meeting?
Linda. Cool.
All right, administrative assistant,
I'm good.
public comment? No, we'll move on. I do not have any unfinished business, gentlemen.
I got a question. How did we end up with the guy that's asking for a district, that's asking for the culvert by the county? Was Gary, we gave it to Gary to take back?
It's on the agenda today.
Yeah.
We'll talk about
Yeah,
it.
that's what I thought, but Gary did we put it in Gary's hand? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
Is he gonna come back with it?
Yeah, he'll be here today.
Okay.
I have no one.
Okay, we'll move on then, new business. First item of business, review the vouchers. Gentlemen, did you have an opportunity to look at those?
I did, and I had a question on one, and I probably should have taken it upon myself to get the answer, but it's right near the beginning. Professional services, financial assurance, AG engineering, environmental.
For $1,700, yeah, that was for the landfill. I talked to Donna about that, I also had a question about that myself, $1,750. And, she showed me the invoice on that, it was for, I forget the name of the company to provide the assurance documents for the landfill.
Is that something that we do quarterly or semi-annually, we have to return into the state?
Yes, that was part of the state thing, I'm trying to pull
I think
that up
it's
here
annual.
real
It's
quick,
okay.
but,
I'm good, I just
okay,
didn't remember
yeah.
what that was.
yeah, I had the same question.
You know, what's really kind of strange about these vouchers, we have so many of them. If someone wanted to slip in a $300 one, I wouldn't even question it. I only look at the larger ones. I mean, I don't look at every single line item, so I sure hope somebody is.
Well,
I'm
you
not gonna
know,
get away with that,
Yeah.
but you wanna look
My
at.
point, exactly, that's what I'm worried about.
Clint just turned in
That's
5 of them.
exactly what I'm worried about. I mean, here's what, communication, gross and building phones, $121. What is that? I don't know, but for $121, do I really wanna make an issue out of it? I don't know. So, I'm just throwing that out.
right. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we, implicitly trust Ms. Donna that these vouchers come in are legitimate, no
Well,
question
sure they
about
are.
it.
There's no doubt in my mind they're legit,
Yeah.
but I'd like to know what they are
Well,
sometimes.
the other people we trust are the people hiring the people in
Right.
different departments to do the job with their budget.
Yeah, interesting you bring up the grounds and buildings phones. I asked her specifically, it just happens to be the last item on the first page
And that's
of
where I came
First
from.
Net, because, we haven't seen that First Net phone bill.
Right.
It's for public health, but, it's their regular phone bill.
Mhm.
It just happens to come across as First Net instead of AT&T, so. Yeah, I had some other questions as well, that being one First Net phones for $804. And then, did you happen to see, gentlemen, the Seven Peaks Festival stuff?
Yeah.
How many of those were there? I saw 4 entries for $1,500 a piece, and so I followed that up for $6,000. It's a pass-through on
There's a lot of things.
some security for the sheriff's department that they provided for that
Okay.
festival in Salida. The county commissioners did send a check for $6,000 to cover the cost of that, so. And then there was, and you said it exactly right, Commissioner Prince, about, I hope we look at them, not to try to hold Donna's feet to the fire, but to try to make sure we understand the
Yeah.
dollars we're
Where's
signing
the money
off on.
going?
Right.
Yeah.
And so I did a little research on the sheriff's vehicle impound line of $410. I
That's
thought, are we paying to have a vehicle impounded? And so I asked Donna to look into that, and she came back, and that was a line item to cover the expense of them buying their annual supply of impound stickers that they place on vehicles. So I thought it was something to do with the recent accident involving the sheriff's vehicle, but it was not. And then there was a contract labor question I had for $816, and I just didn't read it carefully enough. That was for I don't want to say drug testing, but testing from the sheriff's department. So I was able to get my questions answered. So with that, I would move we approve the October 2019 vouchers as
I'll
presented.
second.
Been moved and seconded to approve vouchers. Discussion. further discussion, sorry? Hearing none, proceed to vote. Actually, any public comment? We're on new business, I gotta remember that, so, hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed nay, motion carries. Vouchers have been approved. Sorry. Okay, discussion regarding broadband. We talked yesterday about whether or not we should remove that based on just exactly what you said, and we decided to leave it leave it on there because there was a couple conversations that really wasn't going to tie into what this afternoon's workshop was about. So, Commissioner Canada was going to has reached out, I guess, to the two towns about scheduling a broadband meeting with the county and the two towns. So that's one of the things, hopefully we can get an update on.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Real quick, that's why I want to leave it on too. Got times available. Before I talk about that, though, when we discussed this in the past, did we vote to support, not the IGA, has nothing to do with the technical pieces of that, but the fact that with discussions to look at bringing a broadband capability into the valley? We haven't. Do we need to? That's the first question. Before we go and meet with the towns, do we want to have a purpose to meet with them? And I can propose what that purpose would be.
I don't, potentially need to go back to the record, but here's what I remember. The conversation came up about the consortium of Silkcliff, Westcliff, and the county joining together to hire the Carmel Group as a consultant to tell us how to get
the grant.
Yeah, a grant and how to get CDOT to agree. My recollection, and I'm not going to say I may not have this correct, but my recollection was that if the two towns agreed, the county would not step in its way. I think that's kind of the way we did this.
That's sort of.
Without us saying we were in favor of it, we just said that we would support the towns, is the impression I have.
So here's my cut, and maybe we can either decide whether it's worth voting on or whether we just by acclamation to go ahead and do these things. We know we have a county vision and a county plan, and we've got a county broadband program going with the town. And we know that strategically, the strategic plan says it's a high priority. It's like third in line against viewscape and airlines growth. And so it's important. And so in the meantime, the town of Silver Cliff on their own did hire them, and they are under contract with them to, from what I understand, this is an IGA, not the IGA, but or maybe they've only signed an exclusive or whatever. I don't know.
If I could just, if you don't mind, Bill.
Well, wait a minute. Let me start over.
Sorry.
They did
not
they
hire.
did a study and said, is it feasible? We all attended that. So, to me, it's worth looking into as a county, because it fits into our vision, to have discussions with them. And if in fact we did say if the two towns support it, both have skin in the game, it's better that all three of us do it as a county, and that's a good thing. This meeting, and then we asked me to go and line them up, and it took a while because Paul was hard to nail down. He was on vacation. Different town meetings are meeting at different times. So right now, the lay of the land is a discussion I think is in order to say, do we want to be part of that program? it's a program they're gonna come up with to put a fiber, foundation into the county, connecting 2 points from I-25 through Walsenburg back to Canyon City to I-20 to the broadband fiber. That's a foundation that without going into technical details, which we will understand when we get into the discussions on IGAs and all that at some point. The meeting ought to be focused on participating together and exploring that, in my view, with the towns. Are you gonna do it or are you not? Are you comfortable with proceeding down that path? Do we want to meet with them? The times that they can meet are Monday at 2 to 4. That's when Laswell can do it, and then the other time they can do it was on Thursday, but that had a conflict with I think Steve. So the prime time to look at right now is on Monday at 2 o'clock. And then we would have the discussion, sort of a roundtable with just limited attendance and basically invitees. If anybody's welcome to come, of course. But they want to focus on, for sure, getting the right people there that can have a discussion at a council level. For example, Paul wants 1 or 2 of his trustees or his trustee. Same with Silver Cliff, and then the 3 of us, and then whoever in the public wants to come, of course. So that's the time that I could get in the near time, in the future. In the meantime, I've talked with Carmel to get the details on the grant itself, and I've got that. But I wanted, I didn't get a chance to email it yesterday, but I've got the website and what she's had to say. The good news is it's an annual process now. It's funded annually in October, so we're hitting this next cycle correctly, to go ahead. So there's no push to get it in this before Christmas. That's the good news. So we need to have the discussion. So let's figure out between our schedules when we can do it. So what do you want? What is your druthers? What do you need?
Is it okay to respond? Sure. Okay, thank you. What Silver Cliff did, they voted that they are in favor of the 3-entity agreement with Carmel. They earmarked their $21,000 for the $63,000 project, pending Westcliff and the county joining also. It's a consortium. Okay. So I just want to clarify that they have not hired anybody. They've agreed to fund their share of it.
Good.
If it comes to them. Okay. We have a workshop coming up a little later today. I am not in any position whatsoever at this moment to vote whether the county is in or the county is out.
I'm not
I
suggesting.
want to hear from the experts that are
I
sitting in
wouldn't
the
want
audience.
it. That's not what my
Hang on,
question
let me finish. I listened to everything
I agree
you
with
said.
it. Okay.
Okay.
I just like to have a discussion. I'm sorry.
I know, it's fine, and it's great.
I'm not debating it.
No problem. It's perfectly fine. During the workshop, we'll get more information. I have met with Silver Cliff at least twice, Westcliff at least 3 times. And in fact, I believe Mayor Laswell was there at least at 2 of these meetings with Westcliff. Westcliff went back to Carmel Group with some changes. Carmel made those. Is Westcliff inclined to do this or not? I do not know. Okay, and that's what this meeting will.
Let me tell you what Paul told me,
Okay.
and I should have mentioned that too. In scheduling this meeting, he says they want to do it. They're going to vote on it with all their board on the 6th, I think it is, to formalize it. And they said that they had reviewed the comments were taken and they updated the IGA apparently. I haven't gone through the whole IGA. I've got a new copy of it just last night. So I don't know. I do know they're in favor of proceeding with a group as long as all three of us are in bed together.
So,
And paying for it.
right, now let me just, the last thing I'm concerned about, I really want this in the workshop as opposed to this discussion, but I think
Yeah,
this
I'm
is
not-
an important discussion. We did not budget $21,000
Right.
for broadband for the Carmel group to do a study. I've asked the question multiple times, what are we getting for our $63,000, us being the county and all its entities? And I really wanna hear from the experts before I'm in favor of anything with this. That's just me personally.
So what does that mean about talking to these guys about proceeding discussions? That's, if it was an informal.
I think, I'm fine, I have a personal meeting Monday. I will reschedule that if we can do this coming Monday. I'm
2 to
assuming you're
4.
talking about the 4th.
Yeah.
I will reschedule my meeting. I think a group meeting is
I think it's a
necessary.
good thing
It's been
to
a long
just have a
time coming.
discussion about it, because everybody's gotten more input, they've gotten more research they've done, they've changed things. It's not a study, that's a misnomer, it's actually a plan to get the grant and build the business case before, they have to have the business case developed before they submit it to Sally,
But
so
they
we gotta
provide
see.
nothing but paper.
Yeah.
Here's what you can do, and that's $63,000. I've read the agreement multiple times. Let's do this for the workshop.
Okay, we have more, that's good, I'm not trying to get a decision on it. You know, I want a decision on whether we're gonna meet with them and have a nice talk about it.
Excuse me.
We
Well,
do-
if
how
we're
we
gonna make a
support it.
decision, it needs to be now, not in the workshop.
Correct.
So, that's why it's on.
That's why I wanted to talk about it now, because we need to meet and talk. And we're gonna have more information after this workshop.
So let me make my suggestion.
Mhm.
How's this sound? How about we go to the meeting on the 4th? We have a workshop this afternoon with the people who I trust and believe, and put it back on the agenda for the next couple of meetings, whenever it makes most sense, and vote on it at that time after we discuss it.
Right, look, I don't wanna vote for, do we support an IGA the way it's written? That's not what we're voting on.
What are you voting on?
We're voting to say, we've never formally said, somebody's come to us with anybody come to us with a harebrained idea. Whether we support it or not, we need to discuss and agree and have it in the record that we're gonna go pursue something so that we can talk freely, with them about it. You understand what I'm trying to say? So,
I think so, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
maybe that doesn't matter, if, you know, they have a proposal I think we all have agreed, at least informally, that it's important to have a fiber optic broadband capability in the county.
Absolutely agree with that. I
Okay.
think we've been consistent
Okay.
with that from day one. We want broadband.
Alright, so if that's
in
all we
Custer
need
County.
to have discussions with them, because we can't vote in that meeting with them. We're just gonna listen to them talk about how great it is or not, and we're gonna give them our concerns probably. Correct? Is that what you want out of that meeting?
I don't know what the meeting's.
I don't know either, that's why I'm asking.
So-
If you want. I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
I've heard a lot of white noise about this
Mm.
from various entities and a lot of different people. Here's my perspective. We attended a meeting, Silver Cliff Town meeting, when Carmel was there.
Mm.
That's the extent of it for me. Now, if I've missed something,
I've gone to multiple.
Weren't you at the meeting,
Fill me
Paul, at the town hall? I thought you were there too. Maybe you weren't, maybe it was just Jenny.
No.
Right, and then
Was it just you
I've been
and-
to the West Cliff meeting. It was
You've been
part
into
of the
more
board
meetings
meeting,
on
and
what
we-
the-
as
any
have
of
I,
it.
yes. I've been to a couple of West Cliff Town Hall meetings, their regular board meetings, when this
Correct.
was discussed,
Right,
That's all I've
when
been.
broadband was discussed,
right.
not necessarily this plan or
Okay.
whatever. So as I understand it, I don't know who wanted this meeting, but it was felt that the county and the two towns needed to get together and have a discussion.
And I think it was because at that time, Westcliff didn't want anything to do with it. At least that was our, and you made a big point, Tom, that everybody ought to have some skin in the game, that was your word. So,
At the initial
and-
meeting at
yeah,
the Silver
when-
Cliff Town
Well,
Hall.
afterwards, in our meeting right here, we had that discussion, so that's when we discussed, well, we ought to get together and discuss it. And that's what I've been trying to get us together to do. So now, things have changed a little bit. We don't have to do it until we all are,
If I may,
yeah,
I think we've been consistent all the way through that we're in favor of broadband in the county. That we understand there's gonna be an expense to that. I think we should have this meeting, if that's when the best time is, assuming, you know, I think you're the only one, Tom, who hasn't said you can make it.
or can you make it on either of those days, Tom?
Monday the 4th at 2 o'clock, yes.
You can.
Okay.
See, that's the
So I
problem.
think we should have this meeting. I think if you want a vote from us saying that we feel it is appropriate to continue discussions to get fiber into the county, I'm fine with that vote. But that's as far as I'm willing to go. at
I'm
this
just
point.
asking technically, for the record, do we need to do that or not? If we don't, let's don't worry about it.
Already.
No, I don't believe it's
I don't see
necessary. If we
Okay.
want to agree to go to a meeting, we
You
can
don't see
agree
any
to go to a
reason to
meeting.
do that, do you?
Yes, sir,
No,
I'm
just
sorry,
a-
you
no,
had a
that's right.
question.
Just a point of order, do you have to announce this to the public? I mean, do you have enough time to announce it to the public, by
Sure.
Monday?
Yeah,
I just didn't know whether.
24-hour notice.
24-hour notice?
And you're correct, it needs to be.
Yeah, that's
Well,
right, that's
not
right.
needed.
Yeah, if all three of you are gonna be there, I assume.
That's right, or even two of us are gonna.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily agree with that, so I'll ask counsel his opinion on that. I don't think we have to post notice for three of us to set in a meeting. We do it all the time, CES meeting, search and rescue, E911, well, not all three of us, but
Some of those meetings are posted.
there have been multiple meetings, all three of us have set in. 2 o'clock, yeah.
Two to
So
four.
what's your take, sir?
I don't think it's necessary. It may be a good idea since it's a local thing that people may have some interest in. But a lot of the meetings you go to are out.
Yeah, we don't have to.
But it's not required to post notice of this.
I'm not opposed to posting it, I just,
No, I just thought that it was a requirement.
right, no.
Yeah, and,
Well, I think then let's just have the discussion, let's just do it, and, we can come up with
It's a fact-finding thing.
That's exactly
That,
what it is.
and it's not where there's gonna be any kind of policy decision or anything else made at that time. You're just gathering information to discuss later in an open
Sure.
meeting on the record.
You know, with respect, I think, to what Wilson's saying, I think we do have to be careful as commissioners to set in those kind of meetings, say, well, yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna do.
Right.
That would be
Right.
highly irresponsible to make those kind of statements.
And that's a good reason we're bringing it up today.
So, I just think if we set in on a meeting and have a discussion about the direction of broadband, I think we're okay.
Yeah.
But, thank you, your point's well taken, sir. I'm fine with 2 o'clock on the 4th,
Right
we're
on.
at.
Westcliff Town Hall. Well, make it so.
Sound like Mr. Spock.
I know,
You'll
or
make it so.
make it so number one if you were John Picard. John.
Just a question, is Mr. Carmel gonna be there?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
Although anybody can pop in these public meetings, so
Well, I
I'm
understand
not
that.
inviting.
I understand, I didn't know if he was gonna be presenting.
This is a discussion between us.
Perfect.
Okay, anything else on that? Okay.
That was my point, is anybody else got any?
We'll move forward. Presentation from the Economic Development Company. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you? Spokesperson, spokespeople, you're all welcome to come up if you want.
Good morning.
Hello, sir, how are you? It's been a while.
Well, yeah, but it's not that we haven't been busy.
Check your pockets now, Charles.
Oh, I just got my phone. Other other than a couple of emails, the last time we talked, and I don't even remember how long it was, but it was longer than we
About
expected.
2 months ago.
Yeah. We had asked to be given, time to quantify the, cost of the proposed, or the EDA, requirements that we needed to, complete before, EDA would consider the matching funds.
And I'm trying to pull up that email, that's why I'm looking at my computer, sir, so, but go ahead.
But, we have been aggressively working that, and it's taken us longer than, we would have ever thought. Part of it was the coordination to be sure we understood the requirements that EDA had on us as it related to the details of the 4 tasks. And then the second part was actually finding resources that would give us a bid. The largest task, the preliminary engineering requirement, report rather, we have spent considerable time with 6 different companies until we finally found one that would accept the conditions that EDA's put on us, as well as the technical requirements for, you know, what some of them would consider a relatively small task, but with the condition that if they in fact participated and gave us support in this element, and ultimately were supported in accomplishment of the task once we obtained funding, that they could not compete in the major task. And this was a condition that EDA was quite clear on. So we've gone 5 times with companies of various levels of interest, that when it came down to it and they looked at the task and looked at what the near-term reward was versus the long-term, they said, we don't want to play in your sandbox. We ultimately went back to one of the, in fact it's the SSC that you all dealt with as far as the location of the AT&T FirstNet tower. They gave us early on response to 2 of the 4 requirements. We at that time demonstrated that we needed all 4. They didn't.
What was the task that you're trying to complete?
I'll give that to you in a minute if you don't mind, because
is it an engineering company or what?
Yeah. And all of these are engineering tasks which we're not allowed to do internally. It needs to be done by companies. And the issue was it cost. We don't have budget for it. There are tasks that we had originally foreseen would be done once the total funding was accomplished, $2 million. EDA said, no, you've got to do it before we'll consider it. One of the things we went through, like I said, 5 companies, we went back to SSC after they'd given us 2 earlier deals, because in a matter of frustration and looking at their website, it was promising that they might be able to support it, and ultimately they did. And in fact, I apologize for not being able to give you information ahead of time, because this was finalized yesterday afternoon. So here are the summary documents, and as far as the cost goes of the 4 tasks, and as you can see at a summary level, in the left-hand column is the engineering tasks that were required. And the individual bids that we have received from them, and then the subsequent documentation is the various supporting forms to these estimates.
So just a quick question, Charles. All 4 of these, if completed, take it, fair market value, monthly rental rates in the rural area. Is there any guarantee that will be approved by the EDA? Is it just doing the study? If the results come back and it's not economically feasible in their mind, do we know what the criteria, threshold we have to cross before they'll fund it?
They just said that we had to define them to the extent. And these were tasks, and we've had the long discussion about the particular land deal. They did not accept the condition that we had now, and they said these tasks have got to be defined and accomplished.
I get that. So the results are either they meet their criteria or they don't. If they don't fund the grant.
We've been assured that if we do what we said and what we stated and what we coordinated with these sources, of course.
So they just want us to spend money in order for us to get it. There's no piece of data they're gonna take and say, okay, this meets our requirements, other than just doing the study or whatever it is.
Well, they had no requirements other than they want identified as far as the cost or such like that will be derived from this. It's just the fact that it's, as you know, dealing with the government, they're risk averse and they want to minimize the risk.
That's what I'm saying. Well, if they agree the risk is low, I'm just worried they won't agree. That we're minimizing the risk, and we show that there's 5 people that'll rent tower space or whatever.
6.
Whatever their criteria is, we could still stand the chance they won't fund it. Is that true or not?
There's always that possibility. But for it to be officially considered,
You gotta have that kind of data in.
this has all got to be accomplished. The question that we had was what's it gonna cost? And to reflect back on the conversation we had, that none of us knew, and there was a matter of discussion and ultimately submitted. So the bottom line is we have identified, in this case, 2 companies that the one environmental alternatives can satisfy the environmental impact requirement, and then ultimately we've got selected site consultants will do have indicated an interest and have given us cost to do the other 3 tasks. Part of the complication on this is they've got to be accomplished sequentially. We've got to firm the sites first, then the environmental impact will be site.
Is this in order?
No.
So what is it?
It's actually the
Which one's
well, excuse me, yeah, the first, the landowner letter of intent, that would firm up the 6 sites.
Okay.
From the 6 that we've got currently proposed. Then they would work the rate as far as what obligations and what it would take to support those sites. And then ultimately,
So what's number 2 then, Charlie?
it is number 2.
Number 2 is 2.
And then number 3 is the bigger task, and that's looking at each specific task, and we've got to provide ultimately engineered drawings that would show a site-specific installation of the tower and the ancillary equipment.
So it's 3 in sequence then?
Yes.
So these are in sequence?
Yeah.
So, okay.
And then after we've actually, the item 4, once we firm sites, they can start doing the environmental impact, because that will be obviously looked at each of the 6 finalized sites.
Charles, let me clarify that a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Project 1 is first, project 3 and 4 will run parallel after 1 is complete. Project 2 is a parallel activity that has to be completed prior to the end of 3 and 4.
Okay. So you can get it done sooner than just waiting for each one to happen.
That is correct.
A little less, but it's still, in fact, SSC still owes us a timeline, what they're projecting, and we should have that very shortly. And part of the urgency and as far as schedule impact is, conversations with DOLA and I think with y'all is that they're concerned about us being able to, obtain the matching funds before the next anniversary date of the
Which is
DOLA.
March 23rd or something.
Something like that.
Certainly. I'm gonna dovetail on what you said a minute ago. Do we feel fairly confident that EDA will grant the $1 million grant to us when these studies are done, provided that the studies come back positive?
We have been assured as much as possible.
I understand,
By
there's no
grant.
assurance isn't anything, I understand that, but we feel pretty comfortable that if $96,000 is spent to produce these 4 studies, that the ultimate result will be the $1 million EDA grant. Is that fair to say?
Or as it may be adjusted depending upon how we, get that money.
Got it. And then my real question is it's almost $97,000 close to it. Is that something that DOLA would allow you to use the grant that has already been approved? Can you use that money, some of that money, $97,000 of the $1 million you've already been granted? Will they allow you to use that to help obtain the second $1 million for the project?
Not being cute about it, I think the devil's in the details. I've had informal conversations during Mountain Connect and a couple of subsequent meetings with Greg, and their comment has been, we've never been in this situation before, but we will work to get you funding.
Okay. Why have they never been in this situation before? Has nobody else asked for an EDA grant before? I don't get it. I mean, there's a lot of counties in Colorado that are looking to put in broadband.
Come to find out, when we first started these discussions and we indicated that, we were dealing with EDA, it was interesting, the response from some of our counterparts in other counties is EDA's got money for stuff like this? Because the predominant, use has been with USDA. And, we got in this path through SCED, not knowing that,
So,
there was,
I don't mean to trouble, I apologize, but do you mean we're making the fresh tracks in the snow here?
there's apparently, to some extent, yes.
Okay.
So we never really knew how to qualify for the second $1 million, because we had a lot of time in the past to have gathered up.
Well, this is the first time
We've discussed where these are located a lot in the past. We asked if we had leases already, we asked if you talked to landowners, we asked if we even knew where they exactly were. But we never worked them until all of a sudden these guys are pushing us hard to get the money. So evidently we didn't know.
Well, and part of the problem is in the discussions with Trent, who would, if you remember, we had some lapse because of his personal health and
Right.
all kinds of issues over this last year. And they never clearly came out to start with and said, remember, really, the economic study that we did, a year and a half to almost 2 years ago, was one of their requirements that they were quite specific about, in the fact that they said, how many jobs is this gonna create? And it's kind of, they dribbled out these hard requirements, and never until we got into this situation, when we said, okay, is this ended? Is this all that you're gonna need?
My next question.
Yeah, and the assurance has been to the best, and Trent's has been good to work with, and he's an intermediary. When we kind of found, I was at, he and his boss were at the Economic Development Forum here a week or so ago in Colorado Springs, and some discussion with some of our counterparts is, he's the facilitator, he's the messenger, he's between basically us and the decision, the final decision was. And apparently, his boss is, the gatekeeper for EDA money. And so that, at that approval level, he's done, I truly believe he's done as much as he can, and from talking to other folks, he's generally, recognized and appreciated as being as good a facilitator as he
Let me
can.
ask a question directly then. What is your feel if we spend the money, wherever it comes from, we get this and it's positive, I mean, we found the location sites and we did the environment, and it all comes back. We go back to EDA and said, we've satisfied your requirements. What is the likelihood EDA is gonna come back and say, here's our next list of requirements you need to jump through hoops before we fund the money? This is concerning to me. We didn't know about this when we started. We have this now project, it's going on quite a long time, and I commend you for doing the work you did. Please don't take this as criticism in any way. I recognize this took a long time. What I'm concerned about is we get this done. I'm assuming this is gonna take, what, 6 months to a year to get this all done?
We have told our potential subcontractors of what our deadline is with the DOLA matching funds.
Okay.
And we're expecting that if we don't labor the time too much to get the funding and get these people under contract.
The real question is,
Can they meet?
is EDA
March?
gonna come back to you?
We expect it.
What's the likelihood, I know you don't really have an answer for this, but maybe you have a feel. What is the likelihood EDA is gonna come back and say, thank you for satisfying these requirements, now here are the next set of requirements you need to satisfy before we kick in the grant?
We don't expect that.
Okay,
And we expect that when we satisfy these, they will be reviewed.
got it.
They're not on a hard schedule. They respond as a as-need basis. We would expect a quick decision, and we have been encouraged that, they wanna fund it.
And this is 3 golf outings for the president. I mean, we're not talking about significant funds for the government.
What's Trent's last name?
Thompson, yeah.
This ED 900C document, I'm assuming we have not seen that. If we have, I'm drawing a blank.
That is one of the submittal documents, one of 9, that is part of the application that goes into EDA when the county, and it can't go in until you guys bless it. But when it goes in, one of the documents is that ED 900 Charlie.
What is it? It's $70,000 worth of what kind of information? Environmental, construction, what is it?
It describes the project, what it is, the public-private partnership,
That's the detail.
what the purpose of it is. And I'm gonna add to what
Charges $70,000 to fill out an application? Is that
No,
what
no,
it is?
no, no,
It's
no,
an
no.
engineering task.
Well, I wanna know, that's why I'm asking, what is the engineering task?
Look at the details.
Well, let me just comment here, because we've spent a lot of time on this.
Just tell me what it
And
is.
let me address your question first, and that is that the reason we're dealing with EDA is after DOLA awarded Custer County a $1 million grant that required a $1 million match.
Right.
We notified them after talking with the commissioners that weren't all the same at that time, that there wouldn't be county money available to do the match, that this was gonna have to be a grant. DOLA, Charles, myself, Wilson, looking for money, were put in touch with the EDA by DOLA. We were referred to them because DOLA had a relationship with EDA that said, we would like this project to succeed. We would like it to be deployed because it's typical of what other counties, the poorer counties of Colorado, should be doing. So we, just like they had that project in western Colorado, where they actually got in the business, this is not a project to get in the business. We've talked to Trent. Trent says, we are in the broadband award business. We support this project. You have to jump through the hoops and put our application in. And assuming that we have $1 million, which have always had, and they do as we're talking to you, they will award that money to Custer County to match 100% the DOLA grant. Now, they did come back and say that they're different, because when they award money, it has to be for economic stimulus. And that's the first time Charles came, hat in hand, and asked for some support to do that broadband economic impact study that was done last summer, not this past summer, a year ago. And it defined that broadband in Custer County would have a significant economic impact on jobs, retention of jobs, et cetera, et cetera. We sent that to the feds. They were happy with that. And then we proceeded with submitting the preliminary application. They got it, they approved it, and they returned it to us and said, go ahead now with the formal application. We prepared that. You've had copies of that, it's been made available to you. And they reviewed it and came back and said, there are 4 questions that are gonna require professional input. Those are the 4 questions that you see on page 1 of what Charles gave you. And they said these need to be done by outside professional expertise, just because we, the feds, wanna have some assurance that, this isn't just concocted.
Right.
So we went down and we got 1 and 2 quickly. We got 4 quickly. 3 has been problematic for the reasons Charles gave you. We finally have got to the point. The feds have told us, and I get a call about every 3 weeks from Trent. Are you guys ready to move forward with those 4 items? Have you found the money?
Okay.
Do it. They're waiting on us very patiently. What we need now is this bottom line money to be authorized by the 3 of you to be forwarded to DOLA, because DOLA has told Charles, if the commissioners of Custer County authorize us to find this money for Custer County, that may be taking it out of the previous $1 million grant, or they may just find a way to find new money. But they said we have to have a request from the commissioners for this $96,000 to be found. We're here today for that authority to transmit this to DOLA so they can begin working on finding $97,000.
Clears it up immensely. Thank you for that explanation.
And they want this to happen. They want Custer to be a model for other counties that have the same predicament. And if they're going out of their way to help us, because they want to be able to help these other counties as well. And we're just this close as far as the EDA is concerned.
Usually when we have asked money from DOLA, we always have had to match some amount.
No matching.
And so now I find it's really great that they're willing to advance us some more money. But it's gotta come out of somewhere. And when the initial talk was they were gonna reduce our grant by double whatever this
I had
request
a conversation with Greg Winkler, at Mountain Connect initially, and he shows up at the Economic Development Conference and the SDA conference and everything else where I've been. And, he asked me a couple of months ago at the SDA conference was, how much do you think this might be? And based on what work we had done before, and to that time, I said it could very well be $100,000.
You were far off, were you?
No, as it turned out, I dealt with federal government in my previous life for 30+ years. Generally, it was with Department of Defense and such like that. The bad thing is, EDA and USDA are new into this broadband world. They've got a whole lot of money coming down to support it. In fact, there was a notification in the last week that made me believe that the step that we've been pursuing with EDA, there's for some reason taking it out of the process.
which, from what the announcement had, I don't think is necessarily a good change in the system, but
Can I ask a
we're
question?
hitting a moving target in a lot of
Good.
ways.
I'm feeling much more comfortable now that I understand. Thank you for that. Here's a question. If we ask DOLA, and I suspect we're gonna ask DOLA for the $97,000. If it's a new grant, no problem at all. If it's coming off the million that we currently have authorized, does that mean, just confirming, that would mean the EDA grant then would be 900,000 also, would that's likely?
But the fact is, we will have
Patrick,
accomplished,
you
we
can
will
say
have
no.
accomplished part of the task that we
I
previously
understand.
identified as being.
I get it. So you would need, the whole million probably would be needed since you have 100,000 already spent on it.
It's $250,000 less here.
Well,
I-
yeah, you'd have
There's
200,000 less is what you have.
Let me just
Put it in
add to that.
perspective.
Those items that were listed there, when Centerline did the original study, the feasibility study
Right.
for this project, they anticipated that those 4 items would be post-funding. We've now required by EDA to move them up front to mitigate some risks that they
Okay, if that's the
envision.
case, that's better.
And so as a result, we're gonna have to do them anyway. We had hoped to do them with public money after the fact. We have to do it now with money, and we believe we can get public money.
Good.
But we're not gonna know what DOLA can do for us until you guys make a motion to bless this request for $97,000 and turn DOLA loose on how they can find it. DOLA knows that we are not inclined to match anything. That's how we got to where we are. That doesn't mean they won't come back with a match. But listen, they have heard this story so many times about how we have no money down here and we don't do match, et cetera, and that's how we got to where we are. But if we don't get this request into DOLA,
Got it.
we're sitting on dead center.
Okay.
And you still make the ultimate decision about whether to accept the terms.
Well, we
of
gotta see the
it.
terms, they're gonna come back with
Yeah,
some
DOLA's-
of terms.
DOLA's gonna bring a proposal back and say,
Yeah.
we can find you $97,000 of new money, or we're gonna have to pre-award some of this money to you so that it can get done. There's lots of ways to get money. But nothing will happen without you guys seeing the proposal
I
and
fully
blessing it.
understand that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
Then
fully
you want-
understand it. I'd like to hear what all these ways to get new money is. I suspect we're gonna run right to DOLA and get this $97,000.
Well, that's what we just said.
And if we're back full circle, right? We're right back where we were 3 months ago, about
No.
running to DOLA
No,
and asking for
we're a
money.
long ways from there.
We didn't know how much to ask for.
Well, 3 months
2 or
ago,
3
you were
months
telling
ago.
us $45,000 or whatever.
Well, that was
Down
a
in
number
Wetmore
that
at that
was-
meeting, that was
that
the
was-
number you guys passed.
And y'all had made a motion that you rescinded, to said we should ask for 35,000.
Right.
And
Right.
that's when I said, that's what I said, is we don't know what this is,
Right.
please give us a chance. So we're now, to some extent, yes, we are.
Well,
where
since
we were
then,
2
you've got
months
more
ago.
That's
requirements.
exactly what I said.
Yeah,
We're right back
nothing.
where we were. The numbers are different. That's immaterial. So you say there's a lot of opportunities to go get new money. What are they besides running to DOLA? That's what I'm
That's
interested
where
in.
we're gonna go, is to DOLA, cause they're either gonna come up with a new source of money for $97,000 without addressing our existing award for 1 million, or they're gonna come up with a way to say, we are gonna pre-award part of that $1 million, and that has a consequence, because that will shrink down the amount of EDA funding, because they will only match the
Right.
DOLA
Whatever
grant.
it's been.
Very aware of
We
that.
did have a $90,000 contingency that we had put in the plan, so we do have some wiggle room. I hate to see a contingency be chopped out this early in the process, but, to get the money, it may be a cold, hard reality.
So let me ask a question if I may. This question's come up a couple of times in the past, I just wanna hear it again. If DOLA funds $97,000, however they do it, and for whatever reason, this project falls through and doesn't get done, are we, the county, gonna owe money back to DOLA?
Guarantee it. They've already told us that.
That is not a guarantee, because that's all in what the T and Cs are that come with the DOLA grant. And if we were in your shoes, we would say, we understand what you're doing, you found this $97,000, we have to spend this money to move this project forward. We all believe, they believe, that this will be funded if we get the application from Custer County submitted, and the Commissioner Flowers, because you're the approving and signature on their submittal, we will get that money. So they understand, everybody understands that the issue is to manage risk, and everybody's been attempting to do that since the beginning. But you can't eliminate risk at a $2 million project.
I get it. Whose risk is it? Is it the county's risk or will it be Dola's risk?
It's Dola's risk.
So you're telling us that, I mean, I feel you've done a really good job in getting this project where it is to this point, but if something happens and it falls apart, and they have given to the county $97,000, and that's real cash, we're not a promise of $1 million. They gave us $90,000, we hired all this, project falls through, is Dola gonna come and say, hey, commissioners, we want our money back?
Well, I don't think anybody knows at this point. That's
We
what I was
haven't-
saying. We're not asking you
That's
to
not good.
approve the expenditure. We're asking you to approve for DOLA to pursue it. DOLA will come back with their solution, whether that's acceptable to you at that point or not. I mean, we won't know until they do that, because they may have different sources of money.
I understand what you're
And
saying.
Dola's not gonna put $97,000 at risk, because once we get, once you get approval from Dola for $97,000 and you accept the T's and C's of that grant, you will then notify the project that we can move forward. The only thing we're gonna issue an NTP on is Project 1, because Project 1 is to get a letter of intent from 6 landowners that they're willing to allow this tower to be placed on their property for a period of at least 21 years. Now, when that is done, then we can say we have a high degree of probability that this will be successful, and we'll issue an NTP, notice to proceed, for projects 3 and projects 4 and project 2, and then we'll move forward. If we don't, number one, you have the authority to make sure that DOLA doesn't take that bite out of you, because you won't approve the $97,000 funding without some. Secondly, you're not gonna spend that money, and DOLA's not gonna allow us to spend that money as a shotgun blast. It'll go out the door slowly, so that we have checks and balances,
So I think I heard,
okay?
and maybe I didn't process it well. If item number 1, $7,750, cost of getting 6 letters of intent, if we get the money from DOLA and we spend the $7,700 and we can't find 6 people who agree to this for the 21 years, the project ends at that point, the county's on the hook for $7,750.
No, that's not what I said. DOLA would have to
I'm
eat
asking
that.
a question.
DOLA would have to eat that $7,750. Now, that's how we're gonna negotiate that and present that to DOLA when we.
That's a term and condition that you have to negotiate, yet you don't know whether they'll
Yes, sir.
accept it.
Right, exactly.
And if it's too onerous, you guys are not gonna approve it, and we will get to that point where they say, here's $97,000, here's the T's and C's, and you'll say, we can't live with the T's and C's.
The thing about it is.
Point's well taken.
And
Let
in,
me ask you.
yes, go ahead.
I wanna talk about the EDA grant first. You mentioned the 4 of these items were part of the program plan, in effect. And if they would have matched the $1 million up front, then we would be spending the total amount of this without any penalty from EDA. Why is it that they can't not penalize us now? Because if this was part of the program plan, it seems to me that they would match it entirely, without decreasing it.
I agree with you.
Right, I mean, that makes sense.
If they take this, and
Have you
who
made
knows?
that point to Trent or anybody yet? Because it just doesn't make sense. If it was if it was something we should have done in the application process, I can understand reducing it, because if the DOLA grant goes down by X, then that's just the way it is. They were gonna match DOLA. That's one. The other one is DOLA's penalty. In the past, we've heard that they would you know, they're not in the business to run programs. We had a ski area up here that was funded by the SBA, and they got so wrapped up in it, they were actually managing the ski lift by the time it ended, and they lost money on it, and people got fired. There was a big scandal in Washington D.C. because the government was in the middle of it. DOLA doesn't want to do that, and you're right. There was another scandal that caused this to be, the deal you had with SSC is real. They had consulting companies or systems engineering companies putting a plan together, and then the parent company like Lockheed Martin would bid on it. They had it was like collusion almost. So they outlawed that, which makes it hard, because your expertise is, it's hard. So DOLA is going to be kind of skeptical, and I'm worried about, until we ask, we're not going to know whether they're going to penalize us or not. I mean, we're being pretty optimistic to think they're going to give us another
I'll put it this way.
$50,000 or $100,000.
In the almost 8 years we've been dealing with DOLA on broadband, and more recently with the Office of Information Technology at the state, I mean, I've gotten 2 emails within the last month or 6 weeks from Teresa Ferguson, who's with the Office of Information Technology at the state, wanting to know, how are things going?
Right.
Can we help?
Okay.
They want us to be successful.
Right, I get that, but helping us might be giving us the loans, reducing the cost and putting the burden of risk back on the county. And that's the last point is, you mentioned these projects, if disapproved, and the money's out there being spent, then who's gonna eat it?
Depends on the terms
Well,
and
I know it,
conditions
and
we haven't seen.
that's what we're just bringing it up.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem necessarily asking. I just don't wanna be fooling ourselves, because we've had this issue for a long time now. And I appreciate the effort you guys have gone through to keep the heat on these things. And in the end, we don't know still who the landowners are out there yet. We don't know if they're gonna approve it yet and all that. So,
That's step one.
But if you don't start, you don't.
I know, you gotta do it.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, to open the discussion, I'd like to move that we make a request to DOLA for $97,000. And I'd like to make the request as a new funding, not from the already approved $1 million that grant that we have, to allow the 4 studies to be done so that we can fulfill the requirements by EDA for that grant.
I'll second it so we can talk about it.
Moving and seconded to request funding from Department of Local Affairs for new funding, not to include funding taken out of the awarded $1 million grant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Discussion.
Okay, so that's my question, when you said new. Did you guys understand it was new money, or was it, did you understand it was, we'll go find something to get back to?
It was more of the latter, in the fact that the last discussion I had with Greg was, and I gave him the $100,000 guesstimate. He admitted, and he kind of shared his open thought process, and there were a number of things that he talked about that were other than, they were in addition to the $1 million and some
So the
other
reason I
things.
bring that up, Charles, is if we qualify it like that, you may limit it. I mean, if we go in there and say, we're only gonna entertain ideas if you come back with a new grant.
I would suggest, based on that, is that we ask them to investigate, maybe those aren't the words,
Oh, it's fine, it's funding.
fund that, and then we start a dialogue between y'all and the.
If I may, the reason I said it, I made the motion the way I did, is because DOLA then would come back to us and say one of a couple of things. One is, we found another $97,000, irrespective of the $1 million we've already done, we move forward. They may come back and say, we're willing to take it from the $1 million, and then we can decide whether that's what we wanna do, or they may just come back and say, it is not available. Okay, with that must come the restrictions on what will happen in the event that this project does not proceed, if they give us money. I am very concerned about this county being on the hook for $100,000, considering our budget that we approved 2 weeks ago. We do not have that money, so, and I grant it that Dole is tired of hearing us say we don't have the money. We don't have the money, I mean, we just don't have it. So, I would like to ask them for $97,000 to help this project move forward. And let them come back to us and say, we will do it, but here's how. And then we can decide whether we proceed or not, and what the requirements are.
I would just recommend that you add one word or 2 words to your motion, and that is you're asking for a no match grant. That clarifies it, that, otherwise, you know, they'll come back with a grant match.
Thank you for that suggestion, and I would like to amend my motion to include no match grant. Thank you, that was a very good point.
Can we do that on a friendly motion, or friendly
It's fine.
amendment?
I'm fine
You
with
said
that.
the motion, you like that? Yeah, I'm a little surprised that you didn't include the possibility of going into that $1 million fund, but I appreciate and heard what you said about that. Makes some sense. It could prolong the process a little bit, but there's a couple of thoughts that I'd like to share. One is, I truly do appreciate, I appreciate the amount of work and effort and time. I don't know that, but I got a sense of these documents just don't fall out of the sky. Somebody's got to pound those out. So please understand, subsequently, whatever I say is prefaced with the acknowledgement of your time and effort to this whole project. I think I get that. I don't want to sit here and say I get it, because I haven't done it. But none of these comments are to be taken, well, the guy had no idea. And I probably don't have any idea, but I'm trying to appreciate the time and effort. I'm skeptical. I remain skeptical about several things. And as Wilson said, we're not gonna know. We have to live in this skeptical environment. We're trying to get you to say, don't worry about it, it's covered, it's gonna happen. If you said me that, I'd say you're full of it.
That's
We
right.
don't
I
know.
would tell you to leave if you
Yeah,
told me it's
that's
guaranteed.
right. But that's what we want you to tell us, but if you told us, we wouldn't believe you anyway. So,
Right.
we're in that thing of blind faith, and I don't like to be there. We're trying to minimize our risk as commissioners. $100,000 in the scheme of $2 million is not a lot of money, but it is a hell of a lot of money on our budget that we don't have. I'll support the motion today. My first question was going to be, what is your ask? Are you asking us to come up with $97,000? Eventually we got around to fleshing that out, but it took a while. So
Here's the prepared statement I have for you all, that I think answers it. I said, assuming no change in your position, that no county funding will be provided to support these requirements, request that a resolution be approved so that this documentation can be provided to DOLA for their consideration to provide required funding, period.
and we'll move along as time goes. I'm not sure a resolution is the proper way to go, but I'll defer to council for that. I think a motion from us probably would be sufficient, which is obviously what's on the table now. So, I also have skepticism about we just keep feeding this money pit until we're all upside down and gone. I don't know. I hope this is the last of it. It may not be, but that's my hope.
We've asked the questions to EDA. We've given as good an answer as Trent can give us from his position in the EDA organization. We have been assured that if we accomplish this, that we will get a timely and positive response from the EDA as far as the grant.
You know, I'd feel a lot better about what you just said, Charles, if you had asked them, and maybe you have, that just running through the motions and spending the money doesn't guarantee success. You've got to have something they're looking at to say, if the landowners don't do X, we're not funding it. Or if the environmental narrative doesn't accomplish X, you gotta meet these minimum requirements before we can go forward. It has to be, otherwise why are we bothering to spend the money?
They've pretty well stated their requirements in
Well,
labor, and it's not anything that any of
so-
us can argue about
Right,
as far as the
so,
ultimate results.
so there is some risk here, is my only point. And Tom's point about more money after bad, I mean, once we spend it, we just gotta make sure who's not on the hook to pay for this. If we can, if we don't pass this, what happens? And that has to, is DOLA gonna eat it? I mean, how are we
Well, we don't
couching
know.
the money?
Until they offer-
And that goes back to the resolution, or the motion that we've got on the floor, is, I think it limits us to begin with. If we say we only want new money, rather than DOLA, what are you gonna, come back with some options for us? What are some, we want all the options possible, or we're already, and we ought to get what the criteria is. Are we gonna pass, what are you gonna do if we don't pass any one of these?
I've got one other point, it's not germane to the motion, so I shouldn't even be making it, but I'm gonna make it so I don't forget it, so it's on your plate instead of mine, and it goes back to my original question about the ED 900, see, that's 70 grand, I haven't even seen that document, don't have a clue what the hell that is. I know it's within the
I'll put it this way.
engineering report.
If we showed it to you, I'm not sure that you'd be a whole lot
No problem.
more understanding afterwards, but.
Went through that thought process too, but then at least I'd have seen the document that I'm getting ready to vote to spend 70 grand on.
You're looking at over 100 years of experience of dealing with the federal government.
The third piece of paper, which is a total of 4 pages stapled together in your document that we've given you, is a worksheet that will identify where the $70,000 is going to be spent to answer 11 questions. So you have the information.
I disagree with you, sir. Until we have the ability to go look at that document, we do not have the information.
But sir,
Go ahead.
with all due respect, this is where that's going. With all due respect, the motion is to ask DOLA for funding
Exactly.
to move forward so that this project can move forward.
Right.
Without this $97,000, this project is done. We walk away, we thank them for years and years of work, and nothing gets done. So,
And that's exactly why I said my comment wasn't germane to the motion.
and when we get to spending the money, then we can get into the details. Because if we don't get the first $97,000, I don't care what this form says.
Right, we need to get into them, we need to get them to give us options to discuss.
Further discussion? Public comment?
So are we good with leaving the motion restricting the money? I'm still a little bit concerned about
The
it.
way here was what I said, really, maybe we ought to ask Ms. Kelly to read it back.
Can we read
but
it back?
The way I intended it was, I was asking for new money only. And then if they come back and say, no, we won't give you new money, you must take it out of your million, then we have that opportunity to decide whether we're okay with that or not.
That's
I would
okay, just
prefer they
along the
say-
timeline, maybe.
What timeline? I mean, this thing's been dragging on for how many years
We
now?
gotta go back through and read another cycle.
But remember, DOLA, we're getting to this March deadline.
Right, I know,
And
we wanna do it
DOLA's,
sooner than later.
that's DOLA's deadline. They're not going to be holding the project up.
I know.
The motion is to authorize DOLA to seek funding exclusive of the $1 million awarded grant.
Right.
That was the motion. If you wanna amend it, you certainly are welcome to, and we can decide
Non-matching.
whether we amend it, non-matching.
And non-matching new money.
All right,
Go.
we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed nay, motion carries. You're gonna carry this message forward to DOLA.
With your permission.
We do not need a letter from us.
gonna ask, do you want a
letter that
I think it requires that.
Okay, would you draft such, sir, or you want me to do it?
With a copy of the motion that has passed. in that letter.
Well, it would state in the letter
Yeah.
that the motion,
Right.
and what the body of the motion was, and it was unanimously
The
approved.
board
by the state.
approves
Um,
you guys to go ask.
I think since I'm not quite sure I understand, I'll either have Charles prepare it for your approval,
Okay.
or have you prepare it yourself.
I'm fine
I
with
mean,
that.
y'all have done that with Ola more times than we have, as far as cover letter, and we would suggest that we can give you a digital copy of all this, so that, you know, it can be related over the internet.
And in a perfect world, it would be nice if that letter could leave Custer County no later than the end of day tomorrow.
Hand delivered or mailed, or how do you want it?
However, whatever horse you wanna use.
If the Pony Express comes through the county, let's take the names of that.
So the letter meaning to you guys, or do you wanna get the,
No,
to
to
Dola?
Dola.
You
Well,
you
then-
all are the requesting authority.
Right,
But they take email real well.
and
Get us the date,
I'm
details.
assuming Christie's not in this loop, this would be Winkler.
Both of
Both
them.
of them. And they're not ignorant of this whole issue. They're waiting to hear.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. We will move on,
Thank you.
you bet.
Thank
you.
Attainable housing is next up, you can
We have
sit
I
there.
have another economic development
Okay,
issue.
go ahead.
Can I ask Charles a question too?
You may.
Have you got another one of those packets?
Yes, there was an extra one there for Kelly.
Thank you.
And we, like I said, we've got a digital copy we can give you too, if it's. A question totally different, but as it relates to the, implementation of the Custer County Economic Prosperity Strategic Plan, I was curious as what the action on the part of y'all is on that, because it does, I mean, from the initial get-go, when the grant was initially, initiated, at least the intent of ED was to grow on the capital, or the community assessment that we've done the previous year, to give us a gap between that community assessment and provide an implementation plan, which the strategic plan did, and it, by its very nature, needs some follow-up, and I wondered what the action was on y'all's part for that meeting.
Okay, I would probably defer to Commissioner Kanda for comments
So
or
what
response.
we're doing, and, we told Cheryl at the end that we were gonna meet and check our status against the plan. And, we were gonna try to do that, the end of July, I believe was the timeframe. Got tied up, had a conversation with Cheryl, and we have, and I went back and checked the implementation plan, and we are actually making some progress against it, doing the things we're doing with the broadband now, for example. So I said we would, continue to do that, and we're, at some point soon, we're gonna have a public meeting. We'll just bring it up in here and say, all right, now, here's where we are, we had this strategic plan, because we bring up the strategic plan almost every other meeting, if not every meeting. We talk about what our priorities are in the county, and it has to do with water, growth, broadband, all those things. So we've been comfortable not just having a, sit down and saying, you know, we need to build a fire under something right now, cause we've got guys in actually executing points of contact that are actually doing things. So, we intend to do, it probably won't happen until after Christmas now, a summary meeting where we'll actually do that, cause we swore to the people that helped build that plan, that this is not a plan that's gonna sit in a shelf or in a drawer.
Well, what concerned me was the visibility of the plan and lost, because it did drop off the county's website.
Well, it shouldn't be, I don't know why it's
Well,
off.
it
Wasn't-
had been, it's been
Kara,
reinitiated.
did we ever find the implementation plan? I know we found the implementation plan, but did Vern get it back onto the website?
It was gonna be on until December 31st.
Yeah. So it should be there,
Just wanted the status.
because we,
Because economic development had been indicated as an action item on a number of points, and there had been no communication.
the implementation plan didn't, we need to look at, you need to pull that up and pull that piece out.
Mr. Prince?
Thank you. The risk of being tarred and feathered when we're out of town.
We all have that risk.
Sir,
We all have that risk, yes.
I've been there already. You have. If the county asked economic development to kind of take the lead in implementing the strategic plan, is that something that your organization would be interested in?
Yes.
I'm very concerned right now that we're not doing a very good job implementing the plan. We talk about water, we talk about broadband, but there is a specific plan that was delivered to us that's not being followed, in my opinion.
We need to talk about that. That's good.
So,
Good idea.
I, for one, have given this a lot of thought. You and I spoke about this, not a brand new concept in my mind. I think this is, I would like to initiate that discussion, that this plan be, that we ask economic development to take the lead in implementing the plan. We spent a lot of money on the plan, as did both the towns. It's an excellent plan, but a plan is only as good as it's executed. I know you guys get things done. I'm looking at it, okay? I think this is something that warrants maybe.
Talk about it.
Well, I guess if you're interested, you could certainly put that on a forthcoming agenda item, and if you want an action
Right.
to come from that, we need to put it on an
I
agenda.
understand. I was just asking, my
Yeah.
real question was,
Gotcha.
are you interested? And if the answer is yes, I would almost like a discussion to take place. It doesn't have to be a workshop, it could be during a meeting. How it would work, where it would go, what you would do with the plan if it was, we invited you to take the lead on it. Of course, with the county being intimately involved with it, with somebody taking the lead, I feel like it's sort of floundering.
That was our intent, and you know, in my collection, it took us 4 years to get funding to do this last phase. And, you know, that complemented that was the initiatives, using Cheryl by both towns and the Rotary and Round Mountain to use it so that at least there's some interconnection between all the plans. And I think it's significant for our community in total, because as far as, I think, regardless of what our history is, it's probably the first time that so much thought has been given to our future. And it would bother me, I mean, one reason why we initiated it was because of the comments that so many plans end up in a drawer over here gathering dust. And that was certainly the intent, that we would help perpetuate that, but also realizing with the tasks that were identified and the priorities that were identified within collectively the community, there are things that require actions on both towns and the county's government that are certainly beyond the unilateral authority of any one organization. But yes, we would certainly like to embrace that.
Can I ask, I know you're very busy, but could you come up with, and it doesn't have to be immense, it doesn't have to be 10 pages. Could you bring to us for a future meeting, and I can set it whenever you are asked to be set, just kind of some bullet points on here's what economic development would be able to do with the plan, how you would get it done, what you know, just give us some kind of guideline on what if this was, if we asked you to take the lead on it, what you would do with that if you did have the lead on it. And I'm not trying to put a bunch of work on you. I know you got enough going on in your life. But I would like to have something say, well, this is what they're willing to do. We all have so many other things going on. I'm concerned it's falling through the crack. It is definitely an economic development issue, the strategic plan, that's what it is. So if you can kind of give us some guidelines on how you would implement it if we asked you to take the lead, I would really appreciate that.
Okay, that's Jay speaking.
That's Jay speaking
And so
is right,
let's
I am
get
not speaking for anybody
with
else.
the way we need to conduct business, I agree. And I am proud of this plan, personally, I am. It's a
I
good
am
plan,
too.
and a lot of people put a lot of effort in it. And we've gotta make sure that we do the right thing to make it happen. I'm worried about things not getting done too. And in a county where we don't have the money to pay people to do things, you depend on volunteers. And in fact, we had a bunch of volunteers participating in that plan that came to work. We need to get a formal process in where we get people to come and start participating and make sure we're following through. And the county, it's our plan. It's this county's plan. And there are a lot of people that we need to consider to help us. There's no question about these guys being one. They're not the only ones that can help. So we've got to be careful how we proceed to keep it involving everybody as the county. So we need to have that discussion. We're getting drug into the weeds now when we don't need to in this meeting, but I want to see another meeting.
But dragging out of at all, and I disagree.
Well, you just made a request of
I
somebody
asked
for
them
you,
for
not
a
for
request to say, if we asked you to take the lead on it, I didn't say turn it over to anybody, take the lead on it. How would you accomplish this? And I fully expect them to come back saying, these are the organizations that we have involved with us when we did it. So, I mean, I knew this wouldn't be real popular when I brought it up, but
it's not.
I'm really concerned.
I'm glad you brought it up. We need to talk about it.
Right.
Because we get into these meetings and we get focused on the issue at hand, the hot item, the issue, the crisis.
I'll put it this way, there's one organization in this county that is interested in the comprehensive economic development of our community, and that's Custer County Economic Development Corporation. We realize y'all have got a whole lot of other things, the town governments have got a whole lot of other things.
No, and I appreciate that.
Exactly.
That's our focus. And I think we've proven that, the dog in the hunt is to better our community. We don't have any financial situation or any dog in the hunt as far as personal betterment or enrichment, so.
Well, I think you guys are working better than in the past today with the county, okay?
I think,
Not as arrogant.
I understand
That was your word.
That's really what I'm
where
saying.
Jay's coming from, and I think I understand Bill's angst about this, and it comes down to what the process is. Can any individual commissioner sit in a meeting and say, hey, we want you to come and do this for us? Well, no, you cannot do that.
I asked them to.
But when we.
So I think the point is, your question should not probably have been pointed to them. It should have been pointed to us as commissioners to say, do we as the county commissioners want to ask them to come back and give us a presentation about that? I think that's where you were coming from, correct?
And I always worry about somebody speaking for the county that hasn't got the authority to spend the county money. We do. And so you gotta be careful when you're out in public making statements that represent Custer County, that people look at you, well, they must have the money and the authority, and they're out here making deals with us. And that when I said you're doing better, that's what I meant by that. You guys are not coming across in meetings like arrogant, whatever, I'm running Custer County, and we got these ideas.
That's not, certainly not been our intent.
I know.
But again, relating to the workshop this afternoon and the previous discussion, we've been working this issue for almost 8 years. We have not been invited to any of these cooperative meetings between the three governments. Now, if you don't want us there, tell us. If you want us there, tell us.
If we told you not to be there, you would be told. We do that with we don't issue personal invites to every person in the county, Charles. It's a county meeting and it's publicly put up for
it's been hard enough for us.
And we know that
find
you
out
guys are involved with
what
broadband. That's a given. And we've asked.
What's the purpose of this meeting, the workshop?
We're gonna meet with John Genovese to discuss this whole broadband issue, AT&T or CenturyLink's efforts, Town of Silver Cliffs
Mhm.
efforts, this proposed IGA, which I have not seen. That's what this workshop's about this afternoon. We asked to meet with him.
Okay.
I get your point, Charles.
Mm-hmm.
I don't,
I mean, we don't barge in on meetings when we aren't
Right.
invited.
right,
And we have not been invited. We think we have something to offer to the process, and, so, I mean,
Right.
that's my sermon
Right.
as it
Yeah.
relates to that.
from my perspective anyway, I believe this workshop this afternoon was an effort for us to get some additional education. I think we all believe Genovese brings to the table a certain expertise and experience level, and that's why we asked to sit down and talk with him.
John, we have a lot of respect for his people. He hasn't had the benefit of dealing for the last 8 years with the process,
Right.
Right,
and we have, and I think we in economic development have some relationships that we've nurtured with folks that have a real impact on our future collectively, meaning DOLA, OIT, that while there may be formal relationships between the governmental agencies, there's some informal relationships that help our initiatives. And I think that's one thing we bring to the table, is because we've got some relations. When you get calls from Denver unsolicited saying, how can we help? Those are things that we need to take advantage of.
yeah. And again, you have to take this workshop this afternoon, in my opinion, at face value. It was our request of him to come and sit down and talk with us about broadband. Not getting in the weeds about what's been done, what hasn't been done, who did what, who said what, none of that. It's just an informational meeting. You're welcome to attend that. No one was invited to that meeting. We didn't exclude Economic Development Committee. We didn't invite anybody to that meeting. It's a workshop for us to sit down
You know,
and have a
it's
conversation.
like, I can come to you and we can have a discussion. The three of us need a meeting and we put it out, we wanna talk and gather information from everybody that has a dog in the fight. And we respect you guys for what you've done and your expertise. You got a good broad expertise base to lend to the programs. And in fact, we would expect you to do that once we get, if we go to pursue that USDA grant, and we're gonna put a program plan together to get the money, to execute it, to get that fiber in here, we'd expect some comments from you guys to
Well,
participate.
that fiber
When we
has-
get to that point, we're not at that point yet.
Well, that fiber, and as it was supported by the Silver Cliff study, we think reinforced what we put into the plan 5 years ago.
So do we.
And to that extent, but there's issues that
Right.
we've worked in preparation of that, and it's great.
Well,
The
you know,
fact that we've got the
and
governments.
the three of us have brought that up in meetings, Charles, because in fact, you were taking 2 steps. You need a fiber connection to it eventually to the towers. This is taking a step forward. That might get it sooner than doing the sequence like we had planned. So that's a good thing, and I know you guys recognize it. So,
Okay, before we move on to the agenda by consent, we'd like to take about a 3-minute break.
might take 5 now.
And,
We waited that much
we'll
longer.
resume if that's all right.
Okay, I'll put my other hat on and we'll talk about it.
Can I, who's gonna write this letter?
I will do it.
You'll do it, okay.
Probably send a copy of it to you for your perusal before I send it out. If you'll be available to look at it, I'll do it this afternoon. Okay, we stand in recess.
You got boilerplates back there or something.
No, I'll just write a letter to them and indicate what we're after. Shouldn't be
By the
rocket
way,
science.
congratulations on your appointment to the state
Oh,
board.
thank you, I appreciate that, I am excited about it,
Well, I
yeah.
mean, you've got some first-hand experience that.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Where did you get your hat? Did you order the hat?
To your issue,
Yeah.
oh, they lot cheaper.
Yeah, right.
They said they were referring to everything.
I think.
No, I gave them a complaint.
No problem. I was gonna say, I think I took everything else.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, appreciate it. I have a bad habit of losing these hats, and they don't, I don't know whether, I mean, it's pretty recognizable and unique, but they never come back home.
Before you guys left the room, I was gonna say, hey,
Thank you.
That's the one thing.
I'm Charles Bogle, by the way.
Michael Eads, my pleasure to meet you.
I wasn't sure how that.
I have
The
to
circle?
refresh and the
Could you fix that and make that picture hang
Oh, no, I
straight?
was like, I'm sorry, been running back and
Take
forth.
that cord,
Said-
take that cord and push it.
Had I not been, I was looking
Real
in your
quick.
direction, had I seen, because I spent stuff.
That cord, they just put the cord behind it, behind the corner there.
I'm gonna go see Virginia.
Okay.
It'll quit lifting it if you just flip this
Doing
under
good?
here.
See,
Oh,
this-
maybe it did it. Right, you done good.
Still does consulting on that.
Thanks.
You what?
He still does consulting.
Oh, okay, when you were giving out checks earlier.
I always watch mine.
Oh, gotcha, sorry, okay, I will go, yes,
And
just wanted to know
then,
that the check ready.
you got the agenda,
Yes, ma'am.
so you're,
Awesome, I'll come over
you're
here.
farther down on yeah, so you might have to,
Yes,
listen,
it has been
unless
read.
they,
What day did you want to reschedule?
but it's
November
entertaining.
13th, or, yeah, November 13th.
And there's a copy of the flyer for tomorrow afternoon if you miss a local radio.
that's
Want to listen to
why-
something while your hour
I'm
is
so
passing
sorry,
by.
and if I had realized that's who you were, I would have told
No,
you.
no, it was mentioned up front.
Okay, so
But I
they
like to
did the
see
broadband.
You know, I do,
I think the
interviews at the
economic
radio
development.
station.
area.
So I like to know what's going on.
Right.
Let me introduce you to Karen.
And so we're
I-
on
I-
attainable
I-
housing.
Nice to meet
That's
you.
where we are right now. That's what's
Okay,
coming up.
so you're
I'm a
not,
station manager.
you're moving,
Okay.
but I'm gonna ask the secretary to give me a call and I'll come back over, okay?
Excellent, thank
What,
you.
Uh-huh.
what's going on, we have, there's no, we have no issues, but, you know, radio can.
Right, yeah.
Well, that meeting this
Yeah,
afternoon is where?
Probably should have
Town hall.
just said, hey.
Or, excuse me,
Address
Give me
this.
a call.
where are we meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, right here.
Consider it 2 hours.
No, no,
Right.
that was my choice,
I
because
will
you
do
did.
that.
say-
I
you did-
appreciate
say
it.
this is
Thank
a
you.
kid. But I
I'll look
was
forward to
thinking
that.
again, 'cause
Jackie?
you know,
I look forward to receiving that information
Y'all
about
real
that
quick, I'm
upcoming
sorry.
event.
and, you're still on the.
Okay, yeah, I hope the.
And I'll
Sorry.
just
Yeah.
keep the rest of here.
Because.
What'd you drink?
So,
Bill, will you
folks
drink
up
more
there,
coffee if I
what-
may?
Yes.
What's
we
going
have
on,
to do it in
and,
here.
you know, there's a ton going on.
Yeah, there is.
And remember-
Hey, thanks, Mike.
Okay, you bet, Gary, take care.
Kenny Patterson,
Oh, yeah, we,
along with the.
one of them was gonna be in the courtroom. Yeah, because they were just,
We need some rules, and we need to follow them.
yeah, and you need to control the noise. No, you know, noise is,
That's what.
when it's not tied
Not
to
as
the
well
subject,
as I
it just
thought.
makes
Big
noise.
hours. Yeah. Not stayed at Waimea, one of the resort, condo resorts there at Waimea. I wasn't overly enthralled,
It's,
But you did book next year.
no, and I've said this, I probably won't go back. There's other places I'd much rather go that's not a 7-hour plane ride from here.
But you can get a lot of reading done in 7 hours.
I can't. I tried, but I can't.
and you can't sleep.
No, I can't sleep either. Hell, I've never been to Cave of the Winds. Why do I need to go to Hawaii? I fly out of Denver tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. So I will be on this. I'm gonna go to the next meeting, so I
That's not how I do
I got it on
it.
the calendar.
I would never mess with it, cause I don't wanna be whatever, but I will let you do
Which
it.
meeting?
I'm still trying to catch up from, a week in Michigan.
Oh, really?
Which was a different experience.
Where?
A whole part of Michigan. I've got a brother, well,
Oh, yes,
we
that
did
right.
go over
Okay.
there, and,
Yes.
my brother lives in Holland,
on like
and he's the
30?
one that organized this one
Yeah.
for
Okay, which,
Bobby Wayne's three brothers.
Thank you.
And,
which item are we
I
on?
probably would have
Saturday,
never gone
November
up
4th,
there
I'm like,
if it
are
hadn't
we still running broadband?
been a deal. You know how these family things.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so we
And,
have done
but
economic.
There was,
Okay.
Pretty cold and
Thank you.
wet up there.
well,
this time.
yes, And it was the last week before the
regarding
end of their
broadband,
tourism
normally
season.
put himself in
But it
Oklahoma.
gave you a perspective on what it could
Um,
be during the summer. And I
I-
don't know, would you
I
wanna go back
don't know
there?
that,
The
I
other
was
way.
sent out any
Was
messages.
this in the
or
Upper
anything
Peninsula?
from
Like
it.
this afternoon,
we did
you
go
know,
up,
was there
we
not
go
an email
across the
that went out
bridge,
about it?
and then
No,
took a ferry
we,
out to.
like they said, they didn't invite you about it, and so I could always send out an email about it, I'm sorry, you know, I sure did. So, but they are posted, oh, they're just not, yes,
They
now,
had water
they're-
around it.
they're posted on the
And what
website,
happens
and
in
then
the
obviously
winter,
I always have it
it's
on the
similar
door
to
and
here.
on the,
Is that
door
the
down
bridge
there.
there is over
But if you ever look on the
like
website,
metal
We used to
green,
get 'em
you can
at
see
Fox
down
Post
through
Office.
Half of it.
But
Okay.
that ceased.
it's, well, and I can well, no, you were just fine, and I don't mind, I can send it out to anybody, and that's the commissioner.
My brother had got up
Yeah,
there on a
absolutely.
bicycle, and it's similar, except worse.
You guys need to be at the meeting.
No, I think we should.
It's a reasonable discussion.
For comments, yeah.
Oh, I agree, no question.
Someone's gonna take the lead and come back to us and say, look,
What takes
your plan is this.
Yeah, I would've,
engineering that has to be
not to
done.
belabor the point, but I would've felt more comfortable to say, hey, you guys, what do you think?
Right, the only thing I'm
Can we
asking
ask-
is
I
that
understand.
that's
That's
all
all
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying.
I know,
Is there
I
interest
respect
in
that.
funding
Completely.
I know, so
fiber optic,
I support the
broadband,
effort.
fiber optic in the county, but they want the
I took the process, I took it
in that project.
It's gonna be there anyway.
Well,
So
but they
the
want
way
them,
you
they
look
want,
at
they
it,
want the part of the project.
Yeah.
part of Sally Clark needs to do.
Not everybody does.
When we present.
Well, and that's what I started by saying, at the risk of being hard.
Right, exactly.
Because I knew
Yeah.
this was not gonna be real popular.
Would
I
you,
knew that.
I'll ask you informally now, Jake, and ask you when we get back
Do
from
we get you charged
the
in
session,
use it,
would
or
you
do
be
we
interested and
just
available on the
say
sixth or
it's
seventh of
money
November to come back?
See, that's
Too
that's
soon.
what we want.
Share ownership.
Right. So, but it has to go through.
I don't
the
think maybe,
It has to get Fremont County.
But it'll be on the seat out right away.
Right.
So it could bypass the county if you wanted to.
I need to.
You could,
Right.
you should go, but
They
we
said they would
clarify
would
my
do
mind,
that
because
Sally can-
that was,
are
that was
required
the
as part of
problem.
it.
That's
that
right.
we had
The three
figured
counties,
out.
because the county
We can say we're open to do that, what do we got?
Is that
There's no
there
list
wasn't
of the
a
county.
plan on how to follow up.
Sally,
And I told her, I
our
don't
business
know how to
plan,
do
that's what
that.
we have to put together, so we can get her
You
to
know,
fund
Yeah,
it.
but
we don't
that's
care
what
who
we
does
do.
the project,
No.
so believe that the fiber optic karate
The
Right.
process
has to
See,
be put in
Ken,
so
this is
you're
what it was going
something
through,
we do
a bunch of technical
and reinforce what
part
we're
of it.
finding in the community.
Thing you do with building a bridge,
That's right.
guys,
And I have
this happening where we would get all this noise, and then he comes in and stuff, what you
I'm
want.
glad you used that word, because I agree
At
with
least
you.
in part.
The IGA is a separate issue.
That's right.
That hasn't been
It is.
necessarily-
We wanna go pursue it, but we don't let car shows, you just make.
What about the 18th?
The
The only reason I'm not in a position that we don't.
And we have control over how he drives it.
That's a secondary issue.
And we can get the, we
Unless
get
I was in the wrong
and-
month, maybe I was.
And put, make sure.
I would think
So
we did.
that
When
we
I-
can all know.
We're not doing it.
But when I heard that you guys were trying to find the IGA and put the actual project together.
You're in the wrong,
I thought,
oh,
In November.
yeah, I was talking about.
They are, because that's how it was presented.
Okay.
You guys don't know what to do.
I didn't mean November
he's trying,
6th and
he's
7th.
trying to.
I meant December.
Just didn't work.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's,
that makes a world of difference.
Yeah,
there's,
me too.
there's where I was looking at, and I
Okay,
must
I
have
was-
said
He's got the
November.
guy that can.
Yeah.
No comment from me.
Because I'm trying
That's
to.
old,
I don't know.
I've got some
Tom
applications
Rivera
used between now
in our
and
East
then.
Hole.
So, yeah, as it turns out, we do have
CDOT.
November
And we've
6th
already
and
got it
7th and December 5th and 6th.
Nobody.
I'm all screwed up.
They're not spending money to drag a line up. the
We did
hard
talk
drive
about it.
To get a few deer and a couple cars in.
Then I said, then I.
They're gonna do it,
They have to provide oversight.
but here's an
Yeah.
opportunity.
So
to get
5,
somebody
6, and
else to pay
18
for
are our
it.
November meetings.
So,
Well,
again,
and then of course last,
no
whatever that
brainer.
last Friday is the 28th. No,
I'll be there to
31st.
listen.
Yeah.
Which would be New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Okay.
So, we can have that discussion, but
Yeah, no, I think,
All right. Meeting will come back to order. Our next, well, before we move into our next item of business, Commissioner Prince, you wanna press forward on?
If I may, please. To continue what we ended just before the break about discussion of implementing the strategic plan and follow-up and all that. And I made the comment that, Charles, would you be interested in bringing to the commissioners, kind of how you would see that working, kind of taking the lead on that. The county would still be, of course, the responsible party. And I think Chairman Flowers said it properly. I probably should have gone through there first, so let me do it this way. Fellow commissioners, would you be okay if I asked Charles to come to a future meeting to discuss with us, if we chose to do this, and it's not just a discussion on what would happen if the economic development took over the lead on the strategic plan implementation and follow-up. And if you're okay with that, I'd like to ask him for a date in the future of board meetings that we can start that discussion, if that's something that makes sense, and if it doesn't, it doesn't.
I'd support it, yes.
Yeah, me
I think
too.
we gotta have the discussion.
And here's why. The strategic plan was one thing, development was where I was hard over on making sure we covered bases, and that's why I got involved as heavy as I did. Implementation plan, but there's a lot of pieces to that, and it's important to have all the help we can get. So I have no issue with asking for help.
Good.
Okay.
Charles.
How long would you like to come back? I mean, do you want to come back in December, end of November? You tell me and I'll tell you when our board meetings are, and you can pick a time and we'll ask Ms. Kara to put you on there.
If there's a meeting on 5 December, I think we can support that.
Perfect.
And then
Let's go ahead, Ms. Kara. Could you please put on for our December 5th BOCC meeting,
Yes, sir.
economic development discussion regarding the strategic plan?
Okay, yes,
Thank
sir,
you.
thank you.
Thank you, guys, I really appreciate it. Thanks for even considering.
You know, in fact, in a company or a government agency or with us, you would have a strategic plan developed, and then leads would have been assigned in each area to implement that thing. We don't have that luxury, so it's a good thing to get things going.
Okay, good, thank you.
Did you say December 5th?
December 5th.
So Kara, the wording on that again?
The discussion, and I haven't gotten it back down,
Okay.
discussion on economic development, is that right?
With economic
With
development.
economic development regarding the strategic plan?
Implementation of the-
Implementation of the strategic plan, right.
Do we anticipate an action coming out of that discussion? If so, then we need to change the word from discussion to
Yeah, we do.
consideration.
Well, maybe not. Yeah, probably. It could be rolling.
Well, why don't we leave it
Open
so
it
that
up.
we could make the decision if we chose, but we don't have to.
Consideration,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, let's do
Because we
consideration.
put
We don't
discussion
have to.
technically,
And really
then we
my
wouldn't be
intent
allowed to
was
vote.
for the discussion
Right.
only.
Right.
Okay.
But from
I
the
assume-
discussion, we
right.
may want an
Good.
action item, so, no, that's
Yeah.
appropriate.
Or we may
Okay.
not.
I'm fine with that.
All right,
Thank you.
December 5 it is. All right, we'll move on then. The next item of business, sustainable housing. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry I missed your meeting yesterday.
Well, you weren't the only one. There was.
So you did meet.
I
We
was
did
sitting
meet.
here waiting
Yeah.
for you.
Well, and in fact, we didn't initially, there were 3 of us there, so we did not have a quorum. We called and caught, Mike Friedman, and, we were able to function business, and that's basically what prepared us for what we're talking about now. But there was, you weren't the only one, and,
It was on a calendar.
well,
Yeah. And I had it on my calendar.
well, and it was probably my mistake in the fact that we said, okay, we're gonna have a meeting at 3:30 to brief the housing plan. Let's just have it over at the, West Cliff.
Right.
And,
Well, I had the 3:30 meeting down at the town hall.
I did too.
Yeah.
But I had the 2:30 here, and it was on that calendar, so.
Yeah. Anyway, there wasn't an effort made, I can tell you that.
well, thank you, but, we did accomplish the business that was necessary, and to give the history, if you will remember over a year ago, I believe you made, Tom, you made contact with Colorado College, and we got an indication that, they were willing to sell some of the properties, 19 lots that they had in, Silverfield, at what we refer to as a below market price. When we got the Elpamar grant, that said, okay, that gives us some resources that we can go deal with. We worked for some time to establish contact with Colorado College and try to set up a face-to-face meeting, and we never could get a mutual time that would work. And basically, Steve Laszlo and I, our vice chairman and myself were the subcommittee working on that. So in frustration, we found, okay, we can't get to the top, but we'll just give you a proposal. So we offered initially, $36,000 of the $40,000 Elpamar funds to acquire all of the 19 lots.
So it was all of them, huh? That
All
was
of
the
them
proposal?
initially,
Okay.
yeah. They came through and accepted that. But then, and you might remember that we were on the agenda to bring this to you, we found an error in our presentation to Colorado College. And in fact, it was immediately before I.
100,000 you put in.
Well, no, it wasn't money. It was how we justified the cost on comparables, because we understood that the lots were 25 by 100.
Right.
And in fact, they're 50 by 100, and that threw the numbers all off. We realized that, came out of one of our board meetings, there was discussion, and to Matty Burke's, credit, she kind of rode the horse, and she said, this is not right. And sure enough, we identified and clarified that they were lots twice as big as what we had based the comps on. So that threw, and we had really told Colorado College, because we didn't have an opportunity of face-to-face discussion, in our transmittal, we gave them more information that kind of worked us into a corner, that they would have eventually realized that we were in error.
Right.
And it was like 2 days before.
So you did offer them less.
And so, and it was right before I had to go to Elpamar and give a status report. And so, I said, we made a mistake, and we need to correct it. It was interesting, in kind of in parallel, Jim Little is on the Elpamar committee, and Jim's real interested in what we're doing. And I told him, I said, we screwed up. And he's, one of the interesting things that came out of it, he said, do they know this is Elpamar money? And I said, I didn't tell them it was.
Yeah, I don't think.
I didn't relate it to them. And they said, well, you should have. And then we were at this status meeting in Buena Vista, and we gave the status, we told them we'd made a mistake and we were going to correct it. And Kyle Sybil, the chairman of the group, says, did you tell them it's Elpamar money? And I said, not yet, but I will. And so he said, I know the vice president of finance with Colorado College, we've been old friends, be sure that they know it's our money, because it's probably not the only Elpamar money that they see.
I would not have ever thought about telling them what the source of the money was.
Well, and generally, that's the case.
Yeah.
And that's the precedence I had taken and we had taken. So I got a hold of them, I said, we made a mistake, and we've gotta adjust it. And so what we did, the easy thing was say, well, we made a mistake, and here's the correction, but we still offer you $36,000 for all 19 lots. And he said, well, it's gonna take us a while to look at this, cause I've gotta go to, and part of the problem, early on, we started during the summer session, and I got a feeling that they didn't necessarily come into the office all the time, and so it was a hard time, taking a long time of communication. So we made another $36,000 for 19 lots. They came back and basically said, we can't accept that, but we will, we'll give you, there's 9 of the lots, which is like 3/4 of a block. We'll sell you that for $36,000, which, yeah, and that's that
chunk
piece
right
there.
there.
You said 9, this letter says lots 1 through 12.
Let me pull the report on that.
The
Hold on.
email rather that you got from Lori Seeger, are we talking about 9 or 12?
There's 12 lots that they're accepting $36,000 for.
Okay.
And with the intent.
That was your original bid, or whatever you
The money.
The money
was the
hadn't
same.
changed.
Right.
The how
Size
much-
of the lots did.
Well, the size of the lots and how many
Number
lots.
of lots, yes.
Okay.
The board has looked at that, and that provides us still a very good deal on purchases, and they did some speculation on what the land's worth, which, you know, that's subject to everybody's database. The board has approved the acceptance.
What street is that?
Fleetwood.
Attainable Housing Board.
The board has considered that, and we consider it still to satisfy the intent of what we're doing, and that we can, and Elpamar likes the idea that we're gonna buy that, we're gonna resell it with a little leverage on it, and then we'll be able to get that money used multiple times. And they've already indicated that, and a condition that we think in a formal offer we need to have is that we have first right of refusal on the balance of the lots at the same price, as funds may become available. So either turning the money by resale, or there has been indications from Elcomar that there may be more funds in the process that we could see that.
Do you have an action that we need to do here, Charlie?
Well,
Just
we
tell us.
need a formal offer for purchase from the county on y'all's part, since the board can't do it, to satisfy the conditions that are proposed, and the board recommends and
So you've got the numbers and the details for that?
Yeah.
So we can do it.
And I had actually, when we got that, I got a hold of him, and he said he had other things and he'd prefer to wait till after this meeting, so, which I'm doing that.
Because what I would need would be a motion
Right.
authorizing me as the county attorney to make this formal offer to purchase. Under the terms of the email that you got, 60% of the assessed value for these total $36,000. And if part of it is the option to purchase the remaining
Right.
lots at that same price, if we make an offer on that, or right of first refusal, if they get some other offer on it,
Right, the remaining lots, the same number, same number of lots.
No.
No,
Why would it go with the
9
same
lots.
price?
It's the balance of the 19 lots.
They're the same
Oh,
size.
same price per lot.
7 lots, 7
Right,
lots.
exactly.
per
Right.
lot.
You make it specific.
3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7.
My question, I thought I heard you say something, and maybe it just went over my head, but did you say resell the lots to make more money, or are we gonna put attainable housing on these lots?
Okay. The goal of the board is to resell the lots to development with conditions to assure that they'll have attainable housing.
Got it, okay. So you'll have deed restrictions on there to
Exactly.
say
That
that.
you make profit
Some
off the
percentage
sale of each lot.
And we're not looking at, a whole lot, but there's certain costs that are potential and real, either to the county or, to the board, that, no, it's not, we're not looking at it as a profit-making deal. It's, cause we, if these are 60% of the comp on it, in the discussion with potential developers, we're talking about, $5,000 or $6,000 and ultimately what may be a $200,000 house. So it's a lot of intent, but it also gives us a certain degree of control.
I just didn't wanna lose the concept that whatever's gonna be put on this lot is affordable to a starting family, or, and I don't mean
Yeah.
anybody who doesn't have the means to buy the average house in this community. That's all. I don't really care whether you build it, you have Habitat for Humanity build it, or you put restrictions on whoever buys it to build something.
Right now, even though we have discussed the potential of getting into the management business and stuff like that, we don't wanna take that on right
Not your
now
business.
unless it can be, relatively speaking, a self-supporting situation. There's certainly some potential, but, you know, as another group of volunteers, we're not ready to take that on.
So what, it's affordable housing and low income housing, you're trying to go a notch above the bottom.
Well,
I-
and the
you gotta
language
make
is
it clear.
attainable housing, it's not low income
Right,
housing.
that's what I'm trying to-
It's attainable
It's
housing.
not
Well-
subsidized.
Not subsidized, not section.
Okay, so is it attainable or is it low in,
It's attainable housing, that's
a notch above?
I would suggest, in your leisure time, before you go to bed at night, read the assessment that's specific. It gets rather specific as to Custer County initiatives and wages that, our teachers realize,
Right.
wages our deputy sheriffs realize, almost to a detail I was rather surprised at, because there is an identified delta. And then when you talk about the vocabulary of 30% of the mean wages, there's a vocabulary there that most of us aren't all that familiar with.
So
But,
the reason I asked the question was, in your effort to resell it and ensure that there's a certain percentage, what is that percentage of attainable housing for people with the income that we've been talking about can afford? How do you handle that? And you know,
it's gonna be based on restrictions on the purchase, and something that,
well, I know, but who sets that, Charles?
We do.
You do, because you're the quote owner now.
well.
You're acting as our agent,
Yes,
so I'm just asking.
And what we're-
Custer County would be the owner
Right.
Yes.
of the property.
right, because I don't know that there's any precedent.
So is there a,
Right.
what is the magic number to make it
Well,
meet
that-
some requirement for attainable housing?
Well, like I say, there's different qualifications, and we're polling with some experience that, some of the other areas have. Some of them put, a condition that, you know, they could only increase the price by X% on an annual basis and stuff like that.
For a certain number of the lots or for all the lots?
All of the lots.
So they're all attainable housing?
That's our goal.
I thought you said, well, I know, but
Yeah.
he said a minute ago, you're gonna resell it and to make some money, what you said.
Well,
And
that's not the purpose of
I know,
reselling it,
right.
though,
no,
right?
the reselling is to put
To
the
move it
funds
into
back into.
attainable.
Okay, so I was
some
looking
more
at,
funding.
if you're gonna try to get somebody, some developer, to say, if I can make a buck, I'll build a house, one out of 5 houses will be something different than just a low income house, or,
Well, they're not low income.
I don't mean,
No.
attainable income.
And we played a lot of games with the name of our board as well as
Right.
that. And
Okay.
in some
I'm with
circles,
you.
I was rather surprised that in the housing study, they defined attainable housing. Because, you know, our discussions a year or so ago,
Right.
it was kinda,
Right.
is there a definition?
So, we've been futzing around with this, that's my legal term, for an awful long time. You've heard me scream, maybe not real loud, we got the money, let's get this thing on the move. We finally have an opportunity. The board of attainable housing is make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners on what to do. I support that. I would like to move that the county offer Colorado College $36,000 to purchase 9 lots, is that right?
No, lots
Lots 1 through 12, block 97
One, yeah.
in Silver Cliff.
In Silver, and retain a first right of refusal at the same price for the remaining lots.
Yes.
Okay, and with respect, sir, let's let's delineate what those other lots are.
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, I'll give them to you, yeah. So it would be blocks 9, 10, and 11 in block 88, and blocks 3, 4, 7, and 8 in block 93.
That's exactly what I was
I
gonna say.
thought it was, and I interrupted you. I know if I'd have been quiet, you'd have said that.
I'll second it as soon as you figure it out.
3, 4, 7,
You can
and 8
appreciate our problem in trying to figure out how big the lots are.
in block 93.
Who owns them now?
Colorado College.
All of them?
Yeah.
You said
So
the remaining
9
lots.
through 11 in 88, 3, 4, 7, and 8 in 93, and 1 through 12 in 97. I'll second the motion. It's been moved and seconded to write an offer to Colorado College to purchase lots 1 through 12 in block 97 for $36,000, and to include a right of first refusal to purchase lots 9, 10, and 11 in block 88, and lots 3, 4, 7, and 8 in block 93. Discussion.
Okay, just a quick question. Alpamar, why didn't we go for all the lots? Was there,
Didn't have the money.
$40,000 is all the money we had.
that's what I'm asking,
Yeah,
Didn't have the money.
and we wanted,
cause I've been out of that loop.
I understand.
Can I see the map of the sub, of the ones?
Yeah.
So that's a roughly half, is that what it turns out to be?
Well,
No, it's more than,
Yeah.
More than half.
Is the name of the subdivision Town of Silver Cliff, and what's actually the name of the subdivision?
Looks like it's in the middle of Silvercliff.
I mean,
Silver
Town-
Cliff.
Town of Silver Cliff.
Yeah, First and Fleetwood is right in the middle of
Okay.
the residential area, out of, just off.
actually,
Town of Silver Cliff,
as a
yes.
point of
Alex.
clarification editorially, those are all
See the map?
zoned
No, no, I just need
for multifamily
the name of this.
to a maximum of 6 unit deals.
Already
With-
had condos in there.
Well, to the extent that it would take 2 50 by 100 lots to build a 6 unit deal, but that's kinda gets into details.
Yeah, so my discussion would be this, that, I started out kind of sitting in those attainable housing meetings and then got derailed, and so I've been a little out of the loop myself. I'm very interested in these terms and conditions when the time comes, because I have yet to find anybody in this county that will stick a stake in the ground and say, this is what attainable housing is. This is the definition of attainable housing, and it comes down to a dollar amount.
I would
So
suggest.
now that we've got this housing study,
And that is
And
the
I
first time
poured-
I've seen it for attainable
right,
housing.
and I poured through that, and I thought, okay, well, maybe we're getting closer to saying an attainable house through the Attainable Housing Board is this dollar amount. No questions asked, and if you can't do it for that, then we're not in the attainable housing business. Now, that's where I'm coming from.
Well, the good thing is, and in the report that we just received, and I've just read through it once, but the good news is it directly addresses our teachers and our deputy sheriffs, and it basically shows the range that those people hopefully can
Right.
afford, assuming normal standards. And talking to the contractors, they generally talk about houses, you know, with utilities and everything. And by the way, these lots already have ground mountain utilities and such, is that, they hit right in that upper range.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at, is if we sell these lots to a developer without the terms and conditions, and I say we, I mean attainable housing, well, and the county, because we own the lots, we've lost all of it.
Yeah, no.
It just becomes another real estate transaction. So I believe we have to put some restrictions on there, because a developer, we've seen it in Silver Cliff,
Build it.
3 brand new units hit the market over $200,000. That's not attainable housing.
Well, it is in fact, if they're just slightly over.
Well, it either is or it isn't,
Yeah.
see? And that's,
And-
I wanna get to the black and white.
Yeah, again, I would digest the report, and we'll have a rescheduled opportunity with the consultants. They were based in Denver, and they were supposed to give a briefing in Salida yesterday, and they'll come in and brief us. So, I agree, it's an education process on all of it, and that is one of the big concerns, and, Maddie and Mike Liebman are subtasked to identify, these candidate terms and conditions that we can put on sale, and realizing that's a pacing item on our being able to actually offer them for sale.
Because I'll tell you, I'm gonna be very critical when we sit down to look at a real estate contract with a developer. If it doesn't If it doesn't reek of attainable housing, I'm not gonna support it.
Well, have trust in your board.
Well, I've asked the board numerous times, give me a figure for what attainable housing is, and nobody's been able to do
Sounds
that.
like it's 200 grand.
It's a little over.
That's what he's saying.
And in this report, it quantifies some of the some of the challenges we have, being where we are as it relates to, you know, getting supplies up here, getting labor and what it costs to build, you know, and part of the deal is, and it's to the developer standpoint, there's some costs that they don't control that they're burdened with, and it's tap fees for Round Mountain.
I was gonna ask, let me ask a question about that. What is the restrictions? Are we flexible enough to be able to put a condo on there with 6 families in there on one tap? Or, you know, Round Mountain?
Not under the new ground rules.
I was wondering what the so you're restricted to single unit housing, family houses?
No,
No.
it's just that if you have multi-housing, you have more than one tap.
Right.
Okay, that's what,
Yeah.
so it's possible, because across the street are those houses, rental property, really nice, they're 2-bedroom, houses that are renting for $600 a month. And they're very nice, and they're perfect for first families. It seems to me those would probably be able to be built for $300,000 for the pair. I just want, you know, that's sort of my estimate we're looking at. So I just wanna make sure, like what Tom's saying, if we restrict it, you don't wanna restrict ourselves out of the market and we end up with a piece of property not doing it.
I don't think that's a risk with other activities that's happening. In fact, we had,
Sounds like if we can do that, we're okay.
yeah, and I'm chairman of the board around Mountain, and so we see.
Lucky you.
Actually, that's one of my easier jobs in this county.
Obviously not fielding any questions.
But the point being is that, with some of the local initiatives that they're sensitive to what we need to have as far as housing. And that was an issue that the board had initially. We aren't worrying about the retirees in the county and such like that. They bring their own resources and they'll build their house whatever they want. But I really look forward to, like I said, our starting teachers and our deputy sheriffs and an increase in the labor base. We need, what we're identifying as attainable housing. And I think we're on a plan that will support that. We did have one class, that was, supported through the housing area of the COG, identifying the laborious process necessary, and all of us that have bought houses realize how much paperwork it takes, but to introduce the idea of if somebody's gonna buy a house, what they need to do in personal preparation and expectations as far as, you know, credit scores and all of those kind of things. We will have another class that we'll sponsor on a 6-month interval from this last one. Those were the first such classes in Custer County in anybody's.
So what's our action now?
I'm asking for authority to, and support to make a formal offer to Colorado College in accordance with their counter offer. And with the
There's a
additional.
motion on the table that hasn't been voted on.
Right.
Right.
Is the philosophy of the Attainable Housing Board to provide attainable housing for sale versus rent?
No. We would certainly encourage, rental property, but currently, none of the developers that we've identified and had communications with are interested in that long-term obligation. There is another option
Long-term obligation
of managing property,
of renting?
yeah.
Okay, cause I misunderstood your answer then.
Yeah, I'm confused now too.
Maybe
Yes.
I didn't ask the question
Is
right.
it rental
Are
property
you
or
after
not?
rental or home sales? The Attainable Housing Board,
We're we're interested in selling the property so that it will support attainable housing. We are looking at, there's another development, that particular lot that we're buying right now, and it was in yesterday's discussions, lends itself to multifamily, i.e. rental properties and stuff like that, just because of its size, opposed to the remaining lots, which by their separation and such.
Separate residential.
Will be separate residential. It lends itself. We're considering, and it's yet to be determined yet,
So it's a mix.
of possibly putting multifamily houses on that. That needs to be in coordination with the town of Silver Cliff.
Correct.
Because of their zoning and stuff like that. But the indications are they're in close enough proximity to other multifamily, lodgings there in Silver Cliff, such that it wouldn't upset their plans. And that's our, deal. Our plan for next month would be to do a site visit and also initiate some conversations with their planning element and such to try to mature that. There is another thing that, and it gets into a whole nother realm, but we have been introduced via some friendly contacts in Pueblo. They were at a conference in California a week or so ago, and they had occasion to talk to some people that are interested in investments in under the new federal laws relating to opportunity zones. It was introduced to them about our broadband plans. When I looked at this particular organization's website, it also included that they invested in multifamily housing. So we've had an introductory conference call with representatives of that fund. And we raised both issues and we introduced our various programs. And there's possibility that that we could get basically out-of-state investment into some multifamily, and with the idea that, yes, from a board standpoint, we would sell the properties with terms and conditions that would lend themselves to that, but then that could put it into organizations that could fund and subsequent, and obviously we've got property management people here in the community. So that's an evolving thought process, and we realize the major developments that CJ's got and the Hagas have got, their emphasis for the most part is on single-family homes. That does not satisfy the deficits that's identified in the housing study that we need for rental properties and such like that. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think we're on the verge of going down a road that all of these discussions are gonna be germane. It may not be to this specific motion, Commissioner Prince, but we're talking about getting in the real estate business here.
well, right now, we're trying, without a more formal organization and without some supporting funds, we're trying to stay out of that, but we can see that there might be opportunities where it would be smart.
Well, I mean, we're in it. If we buy and sell, we're in the real estate business. There's no question about it.
There is another thing, and I don't know whether CCI has briefed you all on it or not, but I know Steve Lazo and I went to a housing meeting in Pueblo several months ago. There's a plan from the state level, within the next 2 years to be infusing significant funds for housing, because it's realized as being a deficit for the whole state.
Okay, well, yes, sir.
Of course, we're in the real estate business. If not, we wouldn't be in the affordable housing business. If we're not gonna be in the real estate business, let's disband the affordable housing committee and say, have at it, folks, you know, if you can afford to live here, live here. If you can't, live somewhere else. That is the business that we're in.
I don't agree with that. The Affordable Housing Board could be in the business of finding outside funds to come do this stuff. That could be your charge, right? So I see they could function without buying and selling property.
I don't know how that really could work if we're going to be, the Attainable Housing Committee is going to find housing for I'm gonna call it starter folks, although it could be older folks, who don't have the means to buy the average cost of a house here. I mean, the only other thing you could do is go twist arms and
Right.
say, sell it for less.
Well,
So
or if-
I mean, this discussion's been going on for an awful long time. This is what attainable housing, I've been intimately involved with attainable housing since they started. Yesterday,
A
I
year
was so
ago,
disappointed that I
right?
couldn't get in there.
Some of us started this with
Yeah.
schools and that initiative, 3 or 4 years ago.
But the Attainable Housing Board, I sat right here when we voted on it, a year ago.
On spending money to buy property for attainable housing, yes.
I don't think at that stage we had any money.
We started talking with Colorado College, how long ago? A year.
I started the conversation,
Yeah.
Jay.
But we didn't have any
It was a
money
year ago,
until
wasn't it?
Elkamar gave us
Right,
$30,000.
we didn't have any money. But
Correct.
I'm just saying, I don't think, in my view, attainable housing job is to just buy and sell property to make attainable housing happen. I think attainable housing should also go out and look for outside money or other sources. That's what COG's all about.
Well, I was gonna ask, that's a very good point, because if that land was valuable and there was money in making affordable housing for everybody, it would be done. If all we're gonna be is somebody that gets the land together, we're still looking for the same buyers. The only advantage we have that I see is that it's a lot easier for county government to go after grants to subsidize it so that you can get it, somebody interested in building it. It is my view. I don't know, otherwise, Tom's got a good point. I don't wanna sit here and just own land.
Well,
And
and I'm
we
not
can't
saying
sell
I'm
it.
again, I'm gonna vote for this motion. I'm not saying that. I'm just
I'm not
saying, let's
nor,
call
I'm
it what it
just making
is.
a point.
I don't think there's any grant money other than this El Pomar stuff that we're looking at right now that's germane to this motion of whether or not we buy this property, right?
Correct.
I'm all about buying this property, don't misread me, but I hope the Affordable or Attainable Housing Board is not, it doesn't just become an entity that goes out and tries to buy property and turns around and sells it to a developer in the hopes that we end up in an attainable housing.
Right.
I don't buy that.
I think if you'll remember back as far as 2 years ago, the first thing we were looking at, and we kind of stumbled into it, is that we realized that the county owns some property in Silver
Right.
Cliff.
Right.
We stumbled into the fact that Colorado College owns some property there. There's some that's probably a little more complicated in West Cliff.
Right.
And that our emphasis was on the two towns primarily, to try to capitalize on that, because we have an economically a need like most of the state
They're
does.
closer to work, is why the towns are important.
And I put my economic development hat on. We can't bring businesses in here if we don't have housing for people. And it was interesting, some of the discussions we had with one of the new folks to our town, is that in some of the communities, if someone wants to bring in a business with a certain level of employment, there's a tag to it that they need for.
I wanna be
interest
polite
rate.
here, Charles. I think we're all in agreement when Tom brought up a good point. We've got like 15 minutes and 3 other people have been sitting here all meeting, and we're discussing things that I think we need to get into once we get the deal. If we're all in agreement, we're gonna buy it.
Well, that's the whole point of this discussion,
Right.
to decide whether or not you're gonna
Right.
support getting in the real estate market. That's all there is. Buying the land and trying to resell it, correct? That's what
That's
the
what we're doing.
intent of this motion is for $36,000.
That's right.
So I think we were out in the weeds a little bit, but
Well, I think it falls into, we've been doing things, again, y'all haven't necessarily been part of it.
Right.
And there's other things happening, and this is a moving target, but just to try to maintain the visibility and apparent, visibility on what we're doing. So,
And we've got the grant money to cover it, maybe.
no,
No, we've got-
$40,000 in there.
So we're taking 36.
Further discussion? Counselor, do you happen to know what fund that money went into? I do not.
I don't, like I said,
I'm assuming it's in
Virginia.
general fund, but
Yeah,
it
no.
should be
I think
probably
she said
capital
it, she
improvement.
said her part.
So, public comment? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor of purchasing the aforementioned lots in Silver Cliff 1 through 12 in block 97, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay.
Hang on a second.
We've gone past that point, sir. All in favor?
You did not portray appropriately what the motion was.
Well, I can restate the entire motion, sorry.
Because
I
it did
was-
say for attainable housing only, and that is important to be part of what I voted.
Okay. So, would you read the motion, ma'am?
What I have is to write a letter to Colorado College to offer to purchase lots 1 through 12, block 97, town of Silver Cliff, for $36,000, and to have a right of first refusal for lots 9 through 11, block 88, and lots 3, 4, 7, and 8, block 93, town of Silver Cliff.
At the same price.
At the same price, yeah, and I guess I was just assuming, I made some assumptions and I apologize, so. It's not writing a letter, so that's not correct. We're gonna offer a contract, provide them with a written contract, correct?
Make an
We're
offer.
gonna
Purchase agreement.
Well, I wanna make an offer first, and if they agree, then we'll put it in
Then you
writing,
put it in
formal
the
contract.
Contract.
So would be a letter?
It would be a letter
Okay, then I
saying
stand
this is our
corrected.
proposal
An
to
offer.
purchase.
Okay.
It's, I mean, that's how I would prefer to do it, is just do it by letter, and if they agree, then we'll, we're not financing it, it's just a straight cash
there a-
deal.
Is
So
there a
we could
use or
just-
lose on the grant?
Uh,
Right, there is, right, time one.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, we can just go ahead and I can prepare the deed, and we can do the purchase, we don't need to really have a contract on this. It's a
Well,
binding.
it will start with a letter.
Yeah,
You're gonna-
and if they,
you're gonna write in
and
there.
essentially it was their offer to us, but I'll put it in the
We
form,
got a
but they
counter
want
offer.
a formal offer from.
I thought we were gonna write them a contract and send it to them. I thought we'd gone past the proposal part, but if you're good
Well,
with that.
no, and I mean, the letter can just say that we accept, what they're proposing, which would essentially be a contract, and cause the email that was sent to Charles is their offer, even though they word it in the sense, I'm trying to find it, that we would consider, actually, this is an offer to us, the way I read this email, we're just accepting their offer. Yeah,
We're accepting the offer.
and I can actually
Then you can
prepare the
work
deed
it.
also for them to, is there any reason we need title insurance on this? It's their obligation there's gonna need to be title insurance for financing down the road, so we should have them do it now.
That'd be appropriate.
Right, so I should put all that in, that we would, pay them $36,000, a cash purchase for these lots. There shouldn't be any cost other than title insurance, that's some minor recording, fees and things like that, but those are generally all the obligation of the seller, and I would put that in there too. Title insurance, tax, the statement from the assessor's office regarding taxes and everything.
So to Jay's point, the wording would be enter into a contract or write them a letter.
Letter of
Letter of
acceptance.
acceptance.
Yeah, I would accept that and say, we agree and we have a contract, I just put it in the letter, I mean, it doesn't have to be anything specific as long as there's an offer.
But for the sake of the motion, the way the motion's gonna be written in the minutes.
Okay, well, let's say it's
A letter of
a letter of acceptance of their offer, which creates a
To
contract.
purchase that. We good, Ms. Kell?
Yep.
As you had it.
And I will inform them that the board has reviewed their counter offer.
Let's get it going here, guys.
It has been accepted, and there will be, unofficial correspondence between the counties.
Reporting back to your board, is that what you're saying? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Well,
hear
I will
the word.
report back to my contact at
Oh, yeah,
Colorado
okay,
College
yeah.
that we've processed it and we're in
Okay.
the process of consummating the deal.
And I will send an email to Lori, is this Lori Seegers that you've been dealing with? I'll send her an email also confirming this, that you have been authorized by the Board of County Commissioners to accept the offer they extended in this message, and that I will prepare formal deed for their consideration. I'll send you a copy, and I'll send
Please.
copies to three of you as well.
For the record then, we will vote again, so there's no misunderstanding. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You're fine. Aye, opposed nay, motion carries. Yeah, I was going under the assumption that we all knew what we were voted on, but that's not a good way to run business, so I apologize. I see in this study, average teacher wage is $56,550. I want you to go poll that school and see how you come out of there.
I was gonna say, and I was
Because I
rather
guarantee you that
surprised.
is not right.
A whole lot less.
Can I ask you a
You may.
question? So, have you talked to any teachers, or, because my daughter's a teacher, and $200,000 house for her right now would be a stretch. And the sheriff's deputies make less than the teachers do.
And that's what the report indicates. When we have an opportunity, I know there was consultants that support this study, and we tried to collaborate with contacts in both the school and the sheriff's office to have first contact on that. They had difficulty finding people to talk to. I think when we get the report from the consultants, questions need to be asked like that. As you know, and a sanity check, maybe with our new administration and stuff like that, to further qualify those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's one thing for this study to tell these teachers what they can afford to spend on housing. It's another thing to go to these teachers and say, what can you afford? That's
Right.
two different things.
Well, and part of the thing is understanding the numbers that they put there. They do not include utilities.
Right.
That's just P&I.
Right.
And taxes and.
Yeah, I mean, just basic home ownership.
Right.
Well,
And
we have
so-
another issue too, I think, and that's people don't necessarily want to stay here. They come here for their first assignment and
That's
their
why we
lifestyle
need-
is not
That's why
theirs.
we need rental property.
So we got
That's why.
issues.
Because if they had to buy, it might drive the stake in the ground a little deep.
Well, it's-
Guess what the national average for a teacher salary is? Found this out yesterday.
I heard recently.
65,000 a
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, I just heard. of
Being
it.
led by the
That's insane.
cities again.
Absolutely
And
insane.
they
Thank
make
you.
half of that here.
Thank you guys for your support.
At all.
You're welcome. We
All right, you
appreciate it.
broadbanditos, get out of here.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you for your work.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is consideration of a culvert request by a citizen. Mr. Hyde is here to present that.
I just wish that they couldn't get my property, but I was glad to see when I got to my driveway. Oh, good.
Mr. Gary, you're up, sir.
Oh. Karen, can you call Jackie?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning. How are you? Apologize for the delay.
Oh, that's okay.
You not running any of those snow plows, cause you're getting some pretty good press.
I was yesterday.
Did you?
We're down a guy, one of my guys that resigned here about, 7 or 8 weeks ago, he plowed one of the snow routes, and we don't have a guy that's got enough experience to be doing that.
Trusting me.
Yeah, cause you need to get a lot of hours in place before you start doing that.
Okay, to the agenda.
Okay.
So culvert request, lot 35, Muirfield Drive. What is your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Sorry.
Well, I talked to Ed this morning about that.
Ed,
The property owner.
okay,
And kind of got his take on it. And it's more of a matter of convenience than anything to come off Copper Gold. And I can understand his situation. You know, if I bought this property and I felt like I wanted the entrance off of Copper Gold,
Oh, she was coming,
the subdivision, you know,
come to our office.
try and bother for it to come off of Copper Gold. So, as far as our access permit, the way it's worded, I'm not sure if I agree with this or think that it even ought to be in there, honestly.
okay, we
And I
got
can-
that electronically, but yeah.
I can kind of understand why it's in there, and I know the
Road and Bridge Department in the past, and I can see this too, they try and limit the number of accesses going onto a parcel. And the reason for that is it's another obstacle that the Road and Bridge Department has to deal with, especially this time of year when you're doing snow removal. And this is one of the reasons right here, and this is one of the reasons we like to go out and dictate where they're at, where they're located, and different things of that nature. Right now, this piece of property is, got about a 3 or 4 foot rise going up to the property off of Copper Gulch.
Rise from the level of the road or from the bottom of the ditch?
Well, actually, it's about 3 foot from the crown of the road or the shoulder of the road up to the property. Well, when we do go out and do snow removal, if somebody goes in there and they fills that ditch in for that access and leaves it at that type of an angle without doing it more like this, cutting the property down a little bit, which he'd have to do. In fact, he told me that. There's been individuals that haven't done that in the past before we started.
You could control it.
Yeah, we can now, but at one point in time we weren't able to before we come up with something like this. And what happens is if we're out cleaning snow and it's dark and that driveway access is frozen, well, yeah, and then we damage our equipment or.
Right. So
anyway, he's assured me that if he was allowed to put that in, he would pay for that back, so that wouldn't be.
We'd have to cut into his place and go up into.
Yeah, he would. Yeah. But he did tell me that he would cut that back about 40 feet in order to make this more level with the plane of the road, so that it's not
What's your recommendation for this?
on this. Well, it's a gray area.
Not quite that simple.
It's really not that simple, especially when it's in black and white right there, what's allowed and not allowed. So.
Yeah, it is, you're right, it is gray.
Mm-hmm.
One entrance is all he's got. If he had a issue, to me, fire, and you gotta get in, if it's his barn, it's a little hard. If it's the other way around, it's not as hard.
Pardon me?
Didn't we do this?
No, we referred it back.
We just asked Gary to take a look at it.
Yeah.
That's correct, everybody.
The subdivision regulations basically state the same thing, the access, and I didn't bring it with me, but is there
You
any?
have to have ingress and egress, and you have to have your driveway, you have to have more than one, you have to have we recommend 2 driveways if you have a large area, because we want, fire equipment to be able to use one area while we're evacuating another.
But it's from the subdivision, it's not from a county road.
Correct.
I mean, access to the individual lots are from the.
Correct, but if, like, we require if you're coming on a county road to at least have, a road permit for road and bridge, but, what if can I just comment that if I owned a large area of property and I have an access to my first 40, I want to go to the back of my other property, so I don't know why you would limit access points for a safety reason plus why? If you're not taking care of the culverts, if you had a policy that the county road and bridge is not responsible for the culvert, and you had some way to make the homeowners give them a nastygram stating that they have to clean their own culvert, then why would you limit someone to a driveway?
I don't know how you would ever limit it.
I think the reason it got limited is because of trying to eliminate the need to maintain a culvert.
That doesn't, one size doesn't fit all though, Gary, because small lots I can understand.
Well, I agree with that.
You got a
too.
ranch or you got 35 acres, you're not gonna tell him you can only have 2 one way in and one way
Well,
out.
you know, I agree with that too. If I had a 160-acre parcel, a quarter of a section, I wouldn't wanna be limited to 2 accesses.
You can't do that.
That's not a subdivision either, we're talking about a subdivision.
Largest piece of property in the subdivision, Custer County, is gonna be 35 acres, right?
Right.
Mhm.
And then
Yes.
and this guy has only one entrance on his subdivision.
So this, coming off the subdivisions, did that stem from the zoning office, that they come off of, or have their accesses from the subdivision road? Is that where that came from, or?
The subdivision regs,
Yeah.
No, he's asking that statement.
Well, I just
guess
wondered.
I've never seen the statement.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's their policy, the road and bridge policy here.
Properties accessible.
Yeah,
from
but
the
I just wondered if
subdivision
it
road must be
migrated
accessed
from the zoning
subdivision
office,
road
if maybe
unless-
the wording came from the zoning office, if
I don't
zoning.
know which came first, actually.
Chicken.
The subdivision regulations or this policy, I don't know which is first.
No, I just wondered if the zoning.
No, I
office-
don't know where that
Oh,
came
okay.
from, but I really do believe that, you know, a policy needs to be written, but I don't know where you've taken on cleaning out everybody's culvert.
I don't know when that.
Well, I don't think the county cleans everybody's culverts. I think the county cleans culverts that need to be cleaned to prevent damage
When
in the
they're
county
asked to
road.
do it.
Correct?
There are
Well,
separate
actually-
subdivision regulations that are more specific than
Okay.
this.
Actually, Tom, it's not even that dictates which ones get cleaned out. It's every culvert that gets filled that needs to be cleaned out, whether it's poses a risk to the county road or not.
You took that
We're-
on, somebody took it on
Well,
for you. I know the
I
road and
wish
bridge
we would
is
have,
doing it,
honestly,
but
but
there's no
I
reason
guess-
why you can't change that, or why you can't, look at each individual request on its merits and decide. It's your policy.
But back to
But we
your
need to-
question, Tom,
we
I
need to-
honestly wouldn't have a problem with coming off copper.
Yeah, I went up there and interestingly enough, I was in my wife's little Subaru car, and there was, after our first snow, I drove down Muirfield Drive and I drove down to his barn site. I can't buy into the fact that it's out of necessity, because he could certainly drive down that driveway to his barn, turn a horse trailer and a pickup around and drive back out. I don't see that, and I don't think he's claiming that, is he?
No, he told me
That he
that.
has to have it because,
Well, no, in fact, he told me, I said, well, basically, it's a matter of, it'd be more convenient to come off copper, wouldn't it?
Right.
And he said, yeah, because I've got crews coming in there to build the home, the barn, and things like that. And I've got a motor home, I wanna park in the barn. I'd rather shorten the drive,
Right.
not snake it through this other area.
Right.
Just come off of copper and have a straight shot, so, convenient.
well, to me, there's a couple things here. One, I would guess in most county governments, we would look at that document and there'd be a reference line at the bottom of it to a policy.
Mhm.
And I think to Jackie's point, I just think it brings to the surface another, cause there's
Right.
more than one that's come across this desk, need for written policies adopted by the county to say this is how we're gonna operate. There's not a date when that was enacted, it's just been a general thing, so, I will certainly act on your recommendation today, but I also believe, an unintended consequence of this is that we need to deal with this from a policy standpoint.
Right, cause there's two impacts, one is cost, and the county's if you took it on, our road budget gotta cover it, and you've gotta make that part of your budget, clean culverts. Otherwise, you can put a policy in that says, fine, you can have as many as you want, free country, but you have to build the right approach, so you're not damaging our equipment, and you have to, clean it, if that's required.
Well, without any kind of policy.
You
I
don't
can-
have any, you can't do it unless
I
we get a
can-
policy.
I can put 3 more entrances in, and
Right.
what are they gonna
Right.
do about it?
Right, and then that comes back to here, and us trying to make a fair and equitable
Right.
decision based on what? My opinion of this guy,
Right.
or the fact that Bill's involved with this guy, or that Jay's, that's a poor way to run business.
Right.
So,
Mhm.
I just think eventually we need to, we can start with this, there's probably 100 other things we need to look at the county level, not necessarily road and bridge. But, man, this should be cited in policy somewhere,
Yeah,
so we all.
You ought to be able to look at, maybe the other counties, I don't know, do other counties have a policy? You can do some research, and if you wanna bring a suggestion to it, we can entertain it.
Well, I mentioned to Sherry this morning about getting hold of some of our counties that have a similar terrain that we've got.
Like
with
the
potential.
Fremont in some areas. Right?
Well, and see what they're doing on driveway
Sure.
culverts and things like that. See if the county's cleaning them and
Right.
things like that. So anyway,
Or if they're putting them, it might be surprised, maybe they're buying them, and better be careful.
Well, there's certainly an opportunity now for 3 more requests to won't end up either on your desk or our desk, because it's not gonna be a secret. These neighbors could say, oh, hell, I'd much rather come off of.
Well, and there has been too, and that's one thing that was mentioned to me. If we allow this one, then two other are gonna have an argument.
Case, but you gotta come up with the criteria that says you can and you can't be based on X, Y, and Z, whether it's safety, whether it's, convenience, or whether it's whatever.
Mhm.
Or whether there's a certain size lot, it's a free country, what kind of county are we, you know?
And this
We gotta decide.
unusual circumstances
Well,
is, I mean, what,
what is it? It's your,
Pretty big.
it is pretty big. I mean.
I don't
it's
see any unusual circumstance
We
over
don't,
there.
but once again,
That's me.
yeah, I don't either.
I don't even.
And you're right, we're gonna open up the door for
But I
several
do
more
see,
entrances.
you know,
You could do it by acreage. You could also do it because, the assessor, I won't issue a zoning permit unless you have an address. And I need to know where your driveway is. So your main driveway, you have to state that, has to be the one that the assessor uses. That's your main driveway. If you're gonna put a secondary driveway in, then you should have a form that the road and bridge says this is a secondary driveway, and you maintain it.
right,
Mhm.
but that's your policy.
Culvert and everything. But I don't, you could do it by acreage, but that's not fair either, but I would love to see ingress and egress, cause you get a house going, a fire going in a home, and there's one driveway, and we got
Everybody's
emergency
clustering to the
vehicles
same.
running into that house, and we're trying to get the animals out and stuff, it's a game.
And I don't know that you could do that with this property for off of the highway because of the way it drops down off that road and then the pad where he's gonna put his home drops
He's
down.
only got like a
along the-
35-foot wide,
Yeah.
whatever it is.
That's-
Yeah, this piece right here, where, that's only, a few feet, that's not very big.
Well, I did
That's
notice
his
that,
entrance.
you're right, I did
That's all
notice
he's
that there's
got.
not room for an ingress and,
He doesn't own this property right here.
he's just got this.
No, but he could make this driveway come clear out here if he wanted to.
Well, sure, but his only way in there, Tom, is through that little portal right there.
Yeah, I don't,
I guess I'm
because,
not following.
well, the property butts right up against this road and because of that, he doesn't own any of this.
None of this property,
He
this
can
belongs to
access it
somebody
right
else,
here.
even right here, this is,
I think he
this
can
belongs to
access it
somebody
there, but
else.
not over here.
right. His property line is from here to here, and his road, that hits the road is right here, that's his.
I drove off of Muirfield Drive
This is
and
it.
went right
This is-
here.
No,
I did too.
No,
Yes,
here's
I did.
Muirfield, Tom.
Doesn't
Here's
matter, I'm
Muirfield.
telling you what I did. I drove
Here's the
right through
barn.
here, straight down. I did not come down here to access his property.
You had to.
Nope.
Then
Have
you
you
didn't
been-
come, yeah, I've been there.
I know you've been there. I
But,
was just saying, have
but I'm
you?
just saying, this is a berm now, if you look at it, they've already cut this down, this is his property line up here,
Which is north.
right
No,
here.
this is north.
This is north, right here.
Yeah, when I
Here's
come over
Copper
there-
Gulch, here's the entrance that he's talking about, and there's his only ingress right there. This is somebody else's ground.
I don't know what that is. Where
Highway
is-
69 is right here.
Yeah, here's Copper here.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Copper Gulch is right there, and you can drive straight down here.
Mhm.
Okay, got you. Yeah, I apologize. I thought this was,
No.
yeah,
I guess,
I get you.
because of what Jackie was saying.
This is your driveway.
His driveway's right on this fence line right there.
In order to get him an ingress and egress, then I don't believe you can do it over here because of
And
what.
even if you did it there, you're still one entrance in right here, but you could theoretically,
Yeah,
if you could.
but I don't see hanging this argument on ingress and egress. I mean, look how many subdivisions there are. Look at Tanglewood.
Yeah.
Yeah, geez.
In an ideal world, absolutely, but for crying out loud.
Now we got two.
Mhm.
To what?
Going two accesses into Tanglewood. We only had one, but now we have two so they can get out of there in case of a fire. Didn't Cindy do that? Where fire mitigation stuff and find a way that we can get Tanglewood out of there?
But that's the sins of the past. We gotta talk from here forward, and a policy needs to be be made, and there's exceptions to every rule, and right now, we only got one rule is that
So
doesn't,
this is north here, correct?
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
that's
sorry.
north.
I don't know what.
Town, West Cliff's over here, 69 comes right by here, Copper Gulch goes on to 69, and so
Yeah,
does this driveway.
yeah, I was turned around,
This
sorry.
little driveway
So
here,
here's-
69, I'm sorry.
Yeah, here's his drive, right there.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked to me like his pad site for his barn is sitting clear back here.
It is, and he did tell me this morning that they stopped short on that pad because it was contingent on whether or not.
Where that
he
barn
would
is
be able to,
located.
Yeah, have access here, so. But you know, here's two ways to look at it. Once again, I said earlier, I didn't have a problem with it, but based on what we've got written here, he doesn't, it's not allowable based on how we've got this
Only
type
by whoever owns the policy, it's just like we do, somebody comes in with an exception and we either agree or we don't agree to approve it.
Yeah, well.
Well, that's up to you right now, or you throw the ball onto our court and we'll vote on it, but that's your policy.
I wouldn't mind having another opinion on it.
Commissioner Prince, you got any input?
I'm very twisted on this. I mean, I remember the map very clearly, and the reason why I went back to Gary and said, Gary, what's your opinion, is because you're the expert. My feeling is, you know, if a person needs an additional egress and ingress to their property, and it's reasonable, I'm having a hard time saying I don't agree with that. I mean, but we ought to have a policy, I mean, we ought to decide, and if.
He's agreed to pay for everything to make it compliant.
But without a policy, which is where we're at.
Right, we just need, we make a decision every single time somebody
Right,
comes and asks
do
us.
that.
Can I interject one thing? Because we need to look at the subdivision regulations. If that's absolute, then there needs to be a waiver granted on this, I think, to allow this access.
We know
So
about
according to what you're saying, Clint, is that there may be some subdivision rules in place that
The
make
subdivision
regulations.
regulations cover this, you know, as far as driveways and I don't know if it's, I mean.
You have a regulation for the golf course,
Yes, we probably
Subdivision.
do, cause it's a PUD.
Which you can't, it's, yeah, we're
And
trying to
I
mix
would
apples
look-
and
So
oranges.
that's, it's a P down the subdivision.
But it is basically, I will try to find it, you're correct, I'm sorry, it's a subdivision within a PUD. So we got two things going on there with the golf course, but now it turned into a home and stuff, so that lays another layer on it. But from experience, you can't enforce anything unless you have a written policy with a date and with proof that the commissioners agreed to it at
and
the
the
time.
law.
So in other words, he could do this and we can
Nope.
Well, the subdivision regulations have a date on when they were approved, and if they were.
I'll go get them.
Okay.
Thank you, I'm trying to look them up, but I'm struggling.
It'd be easier for her to get
Yeah, I
them.
had a copy, but I didn't bring it with me.
and Roger thought we had.
But if it was in 1973 or whatever.
Well, I
it was.
sure couldn't find it. Sherry and I looked for it. We couldn't find anything out there at the River Bridge Department.
Alright.
Was it?
I'm gonna bring this up because I think it's pertinent. Your assistant supervisor certainly has an opinion about this.
Mhm.
You wanna share that with us?
Yeah, his thoughts are, it clearly states in here that if there's a subdivision that you can access off of, that's where it needs to happen at. And that's what he's gone with from, well, ever since this was typed up. So his opinion is we need to, not allow this to be on Copper Gulch. So,
Which in my book carries some weight, not because of who said that, but because of why he said that, his justification. Which comes back to the sins of the past. We don't have a policy, so we end up going through this crap every time somebody wants to have, in this case, wants to have a culvert.
yeah, and if this was a policy, according to the policy, he doesn't get it off of Copper Gulch because he's got access off the subdivision, so he needs to use that.
Can't
So,
point to a rig that was ever agreed to.
So,
yeah, so.
If that's the piece of paper that you've used all along, why is that not a policy?
Well, it's probably never,
May not be an official.
that's right,
policy,
it's
but-
probably never been adopted, and I say that only because it would be cited on that document.
Yeah, or you
Some
would be able to
prior
find it.
administration had adopted that into policy, it should say, according to policy C-6-19 or whatever, and we don't have that. And I don't think Roger told me he had no idea other than this document
What he
about,
told me.
a policy, so.
Yeah, he didn't actually use the term policy, I don't think necessarily. He said that he had something to kind of back this up. In one of the filing cabinets, I had Sherry go through it, she couldn't find it, you know, it was one of those
Yeah.
things. But you know,
What page you on, boss?
he's trying to be consistent with how we deal with these
Appreciate
situations.
the way
So.
he's approaching it, I appreciate
And I appreciate that too, so if we start varying from this, we lose our consistency and then.
We don't want to.
Clint, what page you looking at there?
Is this the one, I mean, I don't remember looking at this page, I'm on page
Oh.
15 of the
Okay,
subdivision
I
regulations.
just went to roads,
okay.
and
There
then it
was,
says a street sign design, street,
there was something else
They
that.
don't have the PUD. Jackie?
Service authority and a road and bridge department, street names shall not be duplicated within the county. I think you're back
What page you on?
that's on page 15.
Did you get that from the assessor?
Number, I'm just trying to track with you, Jackie.
E roads,
What number?
E,
That's a letter, what number?
Page number.
page number 15.
E what? 1
E.
through 6, under
E.
roads, 1 through 6.
Well, if you're gonna answer for
3.2,
That's what I'm asking you, what is it, 1 through 6, what number are you reading?
5.
Thank you.
That's what he wanted.
Easements and right-of-ways, the subdivision,
Yeah, that's just
This is just saying what the
Names and-
design of the roads,
of the signs.
Just major,
roads and how they,
comply.
in that subdivision, but the subdivider shall meet the fire chief and fire inspector. If you wanted to add another layer to this,
For me,
you
go
could
through the fire
say,
department.
you're allowed to have another driveway if the fire chief
Maybe
agrees
it's a
to
requirement,
it.
maybe there's a
Okay,
requirement to have.
but let me ask you a question then, this document we're looking at, is this directed to the homeowner or is this directed to the developer?
Developer.
Okay, whole different ballgame, see? We're not talking about a developer.
No, but why couldn't you put the same thing?
Because I
Because-
don't think it'd be fair. I mean, how can a potential landowner, this guy wants to buy this property, that's different than asking a developer to jump through all these hoops, when this would already been in place if you're buying a piece of property. You see what I'm saying? To me, it's two different things.
It would have had the ability to have two entrances, an egress or ingress, or it could have a policy from the fire department has to make sure you've got egress for the fire. or
Because-
whatever.
Yes, they'll finish it out.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Why don't we ask the Planning and Zoning Commission to make a recommendation? Let's put this gentleman on hold until we get that. We'll vote on the policy, and whatever the policy is, it'll be a new policy. This gentleman either abide by it, whatever the commissioners approve. It needs to go to Planning and Zoning. They need to review it. They need to come to us and tell us what they think. I don't feel comfortable making that decision myself,
Okay,
personally.
and you start out, why don't we? I disagree with your assessment right there. I think this is a road and bridge
I
thing.
do too.
And I think that obviously falls under the county via the road and bridge.
Because they're the ones that are impacted potentially monetarily,
But
but
if we're
road
gonna
money.
modify subdivisions,
They,
then we need to get planning and zoning.
Yeah, I don't
do,
think
but
we're
he
talking
needs to,
about
I think he
modifying
needs to make the
subdivision.
We have
recommendation.
a subdivision regulation that tells us they can
No.
or they cannot.
No, and that would be directed to the developer, correct, Jackie?
Correct.
Not an individual homeowner.
No, but let's not take, my take on this is a piece of property, whether it's a developer or an individual,
Beginning
is a
of it.
piece of property. I think that there has to be something that says, if I have 160 acres, I wanna get to the back of it.
Nobody gonna deny that.
And if I have to come off a county road and I'm willing to maintain my own culvert, and, you have the authority to fine me, the road and bridge, for not maintaining my culvert, then what's the big deal?
And it has to be designed to your specs in order to make it accessible.
But we're not talking about him maintaining his culvert here. And we're not talking about 160 acres, we're talking about less than 5 acres, actually.
You're thinking
Right.
from this point forward, we ought to have something like that in place, which
Agree
I agree.
100%, but it doesn't help us today.
And I think today, in order to stay consistent, and we probably ought to stay with this, you know, and what we've done in the past. I mean, I know that these culverts, these entrances, they've been.
So let me point out something along
decades,
that
probably.
point, Gary. What's to stop, okay, you do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then we come up with a policy that says you can do X, Y, and Z with a certain size ground, whatever. What's to stop somebody from coming back and saying, I wanna call it? Nothing. They can request a waiver to what they already agreed to, or what was the requirement at the time, cause we just changed it. So we're gonna have to act on it one way or the other.
Well, it can't be retroactive, it's gotta be from this point forward, this policy.
Right.
But at the time,
I don't
at this
agree.
point in time, we've got this to go by, so I think we probably ought to stay with that.
Yeah, I happen to agree with you on this particular situation. I got all kinds of problems, going back to where Jackie's at. We need a policy, clearly, to me. But to me, this is a road and bridge issue. That's, if we were talking about a subdivision road, that's different, but we're not. We're talking about access from a county road to a guy's piece of property that happens to be in a subdivision.
What precedent have you set?
Well, we haven't said any yet.
No, I'm talking to Mr. Hyde.
By what?
Through this policy that you are you saying go by the policy because you've already set a precedent?
Exactly, yeah.
Well, what precedent? I'm not following what you're saying.
He's saying that they're gonna go back to this policy because they've already been going by this policy.
Okay.
So they've already set a precedent of what policy they've been using.
Well,
She's saying, what is the
precedent
policy?
necessity versus convenience.
Mm-hmm.
And who are you to say it's not a necessity when my house catch on fire? That's what bothers me, this whole thing. We don't limit septic tanks, we don't limit where you put your driveway. We don't say, no, you can't have your driveway here, but you can have it over here.
Oh,
We
I
don't
think
say
the road and
that.
bridge does.
We sure do.
Sure they do. They're not gonna let you put a driveway anywhere you
You've
want.
gotta, according to this, you've gotta have at least, I think it's 200 or 300 feet visibility on each side, which in this case he does, but let me go back to that. If you put it on a blind curve, blind corner, you risk the general public.
Right.
You risk your life.
Exactly, because they're pulling out of a driveway and someone tops that hill and broadsides them. So we do limit actually where they go. And it's based on, a lot of it's based on safety.
But without it, we're back to without a policy,
Well,
Right.
You're making the call.
And we're
And
not
who's-
arguing with that.
yeah.
and who's interpreting it? I guess I just find it odd that it costs a lot to build a driveway plus buy the culvert, and if someone maintains it, is it hard to plow? I agree.
It does create a hazard for the road and bridge department, just like what I was explaining a while ago. If
Unless
it's
he
not
builds it
correctly, exactly, that's
he-
why
and
we
he's-
dictate
Right, and you
when
can
and
dictate
where.
that to him, and he's already agreed to that.
Well, that,
Do
in this
you-
situation, exactly, but,
Do you have standards on how to install the culvert?
correct,
Yeah,
yes.
6 inches of
And
fill
is that a
depth.
policy?
Well, there's no policy, Jackie.
Yes.
Quit hammering him about that.
Yeah, we
There
don't
isn't a
have,
policy.
we don't have a policy in place,
I wanna hit Mr. Farmer.
but,
The homeowner has to pay for the culvert, correct?
yes,
Plus the $75 permit fee,
correct, yeah.
and then up to a $300 fine if it's not installed correctly.
Mhm.
I believe that's,
Well, the $300 fine, I think,
Uh,
is because
Oh, without a proper permit.
Without getting a permit.
Sorry, not
Pay
whether
more
it's
to get it
right or
back.
wrong, it's
But
whether.
is that in the zoning resolution, or is that just
No,
in
that's
this
this
document?
document,
Well,
and that
that's
is not a
that's not
policy.
enforceable then.
Exactly, it's.
None of that's in
It would be once the homeowner signs it, I'm assuming, and agrees to the terms and conditions.
Nope.
I'm still not sure about that. But to answer the other question, by the way, I stand corrected. It says the subdivider, the plans must meet the county road specifications, so any proposed subdivision goes
Right.
to Road and Bridge to make
Goes
sure.
into
Right.
So like site, and everything else you're talking about, that's all covered by your regs. But here's is the part, and this is different than what I was thinking. Authorized access to subdivision lots is required by either public or private roads. So
Right.
it,
Which they've met that, because
Uh,
they have that public road, Muirfield Drive.
well, the public road is that, that's a private road in the sense, I guess it's
Muirfield.
it's dedicated to the public, but I'm reading this as public road to mean the county road as well. It's not saying that you can only access it from within the subdivision. At least these regs don't make that
Right.
clear.
And to me, I just keep thinking that's geared toward the subdivider, not to
Well,
put
it
on an
is.
individual person who's already bought a piece of property. They
It
can't.
is, but, the subdivider, or the property owner, to the extent that he buys it subject to what the subdivider was, or the developer was.
Actually, it is a can of worms, cause by that policy and by Gary's reg there, he could put it in. We can't stop him from doing it if he wanted
I have to get a permit first, but we should have that, and I'm not sure, does the zoning resolution go into more detail about permits for getting driveways?
On our, application, it probably does, because on our application to build a dwelling, we say if you're coming off a county road with your driveway, we wanna see the road and bridge permit.
Right, and if he conforms to the blind curve rule, other requirements you have, it's gotta be a certain height and all that, you can't stop him from doing it, I don't think.
Well,
And we can't enforce it.
it's not enforceable, but,
Well, that's the point.
Well,
so in other words, we're just, anybody that's watching in on this commissioners meeting, they can go out and do whatever
Well,
they
sure,
want. If
because
we're-
it's a free county right now, we haven't constrained anybody with any other
With a
reg.
written policy or
That's right.
regulation.
Your big issue is, and mine too, is cost to do it. We gotta get it covered, and it means if we're gonna have a policy, you have to be able to enforce cleaning them or not, or having the landowner clean them, for whatever the reason is. You can't just willy-nilly make stuff up because you don't like
Well,
doing the work.
It wasn't, there was a lot of, it wasn't willy-nilly.
I don't mean that from your point of view, I'm
got-
talking about, what are you gonna use to stop him from applying for that?
Well, legally, we can't use anything, we don't have anything that's
even anything on
enforceable.
there.
And fortunately, any homeowner that's applied for this permit has respected the page document right
Well,
there, and never questioned
Sure,
why,
but-
they have questioned why not, but they didn't go
They
against the
didn't go
grain and
anywhere
just
to do it.
do anything they wanted to regardless.
Right.
Fortunately.
And he's not either. You
Well, I
he's
know,
trying
I
to-
realize that.
To get it, and I happen to agree with the safety piece of this. That's what got me into worrying about it in the first place. But I'll tell you what, if his house was burning, or the barn was, and they gotta go around and get in that same entrance in that little entryway with the fire trucks and everybody else, his place is burned up.
Well, I just don't buy that argument either, because that subdivision was platted. It would have never been platted if that was not
No.
an unsafe.
Where does it
Access
say
to
in the
that property.
subdivision?
And
There's no
honestly,
reg that says it
I
has to
think
meet
that
fire.
the fire engines are gonna have a better chance coming from the top going down versus coming from the bottom going up if we have adverse weather conditions where they're gonna spin out and things of that nature. So I
That's
mean,
the other
there's an
thing.
argument
Sure, there is.
all over the place.
Can I
on
say
that.
something too, is time has made us, I don't wanna say smarter, but we have. Over time, we've gotten smarter with our subdivisions. So you can't use an old subdivision, cause we've gotten a heck of a lot smarter on these subdivisions than what used to be done.
Yeah.
I also think that, just speaking from experience, I had a gentleman that, took me to court because he swore he was in a different zone. And he said, I wanna see the policies and stuff, I wanna see the map and stuff, so that took a couple months to get, but if I couldn't produce a policy stating what I was trying to enforce, I was dead in the water. And signing that application for that culvert does not have no teeth in it. It doesn't even say a penalty.
I think people just assume they have a policy.
And it doesn't say culvert, we're talking about a driveway.
Yeah, I think people just, once again, I think they assume we have a policy, so they abide by Road and Bridge's decision on where and why. So back to this, I mean, at least for the time being, this is all we've got. So I think that in order to stay consistent, we ought to just go ahead and abide by this, and in the meantime, I'll look into developing a policy. And I know, Bill, you don't agree with that.
No, I'm just,
But what else are we gonna do at this point in time?
Well, I move that we disallow, Mr. Bistrick to install a culvert based on the third bullet point that says properties accessible from a subdivision road must be accessed from the subdivision road unless unusual circumstances exist. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded to disallow a culvert to be installed, which in essence creates another driveway, right?
Mm-hmm.
For Mr. Bistrick on lot number 35 Muirfield Drive. Discussion?
Okay, I'd just like to comment that I second it so that we can have the discussion. I've listened to this. This is the second meeting in a row we've discussed this. Without a true policy, I think a person should have access to their road. If they're gonna pay for the cost of doing it, cost of maintaining it, and it meets the specifications for safety that Road and Bridge has, I don't have a problem with them putting in a driveway. That's my personal opinion.
Well, I honestly don't either, Jay. I agree with them wholeheartedly, but being as we've got this in place and this is all we've got, I'm gonna refer back to it. And I don't know what else to do.
And I understand what you're saying.
I do too, but I happen to agree with Jay.
Mm-hmm.
We can't enforce it.
Well, I agree too. We can't
And so,
enforce
and it is logical, and I don't have a problem if he was wanting to put in 3 of them. You know, we couldn't stop him doing that, but we'd have a bigger problem. We need a policy, and, so, that's my position.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
I'm
We're
sorry.
still in debate. No, we're good.
I was gonna say, I think I'm gonna vote probably to not allow it until such time as a policy is established. And then what I'd really like to do is just open the question back up with this gentleman. I don't know him, I saw the maps, I did not go out and drive it, but I do know exactly where that property is. I would like to see a policy in place that is approved. I thought it should be approved by the planning and zoning, but if it's not, that's fine. It could be approved by the commissioners for the road and bridge. I don't have an issue with it. Let's get a policy, and then we could adhere to it. And I would feel much more comfortable if we have a policy and we follow a policy.
I agree with doing that. I have a policy. However, we just made a statement a while ago that says we can't make anything retroactive, so,
Well, the question
anybody, in my view, it can be
forward,
retroactive.
if we establish a policy, this gentleman comes forward and says, I would like to do this, and it's in the policy, I'm gonna go, why is he even coming to me? If he meets the policy, go do it. And we always have the right for exceptions, I agree with that completely, and that's why we have, all the time, we have exceptions occasionally that come up, and we agree to them when it makes sense to do that. I just can't approve this, I don't think, without a policy, and I don't know, I'm very torn on this.
I got a question for Commissioner Cannon. Are you under the employ of Mr. Bistrick?
No.
Okay.
but I don't have a dog. I am doing some work for him for.
But you're not getting paid for it.
Not for this, not for the road. No, I've got Ed
No,
White
my question was very straightforward. Are you under the employ of
only
Mr. Bister?
for the septic system.
Okay.
Probably ought to
Do
recuse
you
yourself.
perceive any conflict of interest in
Well, I
voting
thought
on this
about
motion?
that. No, I don't. But I don't have a dog in the fight either way. To me, the bigger issue is the policy.
Which we're not
So-
talking about the
Right,
policy.
I don't mind- I don't
We're getting ready
mind.
to vote on the
I
motion.
don't mind abstaining from it personally.
But I'm just
I just put
asking,
my
It's a
view
personal
in.
decision,
that's
to
right.
stay or not, we can ask you
Sure.
to stay.
Well, I
further discussion?
I feel better keeping it on the up and up here if you have an issue with it. He did not ask me to go to battle for him on this.
Yeah.
I just,
okay,
Yeah.
I get it.
Public comment? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote on the motion, which is to disallow Mr. Bistrict, I hope I'm saying his name correctly, to disallow him for installing a driveway off of Copper Gulch Road onto his property at 35 Muirfield Road. All in favor say aye. Aye.
and
Opposed,
I'll
nay.
abstain.
And one abstain for the record.
Just
Panda
to keep it
abstained.
honest.
Motion carries to disallow.
I would like to say, just as a caveat, let's work up a policy, let's get it approved by the board, and then depending on what that policy says, if the gentleman would like to reapply, I would certainly welcome, assuming the policy gives him the authority, I'd certainly welcome him to come back and do that again.
Would, just for the record, would you allow anybody else in the whole world to come back and ask for more culverts?
Of course.
Okay.
We can allow
Yeah,
anybody to
that's
ask
right.
for a
Makes
variance.
sense.
I'm just saying, we were not wanting to do it retroactively before. I just wanted to make sure it was, that's how we have
Just
to.
as long as we get a policy written up.
Do you have other written policies for things, I mean, just besides this, do you have
Yeah.
other policies?
Yeah, we do we have a utility cut policy for these.
Maybe they should all be formally approved then as policies, but you
Mhm.
can't impose a fine through a policy, you know, there'd have to be an ordinance or in the zoning resolution
Yeah.
for a fine, but if, you know, if the permit they get from you is a contract, and if they violate it, we could take them to court and make them take it out or correct the problem. We can't fine them, but we can
Cause it
correct the
says in there
problem.
we're gonna charge them $50 if they do this process without a permit. Is that even legal? Really?
What's it
Not
just
really.
50?
You know, back to, we could chase this can down the road. Can we triple the fine on somebody because they did something?
Yes, because it's in a policy of the county.
Well, it's in the zoning,
Zoning.
it's not a policy,
This
it's
is
a
But
resolution.
if you did his policy, you could take the penalty
Yeah,
out of
$50
our
if they
zoning
proceed.
If they
and use
proceed
it for
forward.
his penalty.
Oops, sorry. You're another mistake.
Well, I'm not sure how that works, but.
$100 a day, remember that one, we used it on the
Yeah,
airport?
yeah, but I mean, this would have to be part of the zoning resolution then, not just a separate policy.
That's the same thing.
Torn on this. I mean, this is
I'm
terrible.
struggling
That man wants
myself,
to put a
but-
driveway in. I got a real problem telling him, no, you can't put a driveway in at your own cost. However, we have a precedent that said we would follow the precedent until such time as we come up with a policy and then follow whatever policy we establish.
It's actually a good thing it came up because
I
that
agree.
has to happen.
What
There's
does
a
our
lot more
zoning
people asking for
resolution
culverts.
say
Pardon?
about,
A lot more people.
I mean, does
be
the
asking
zoning
for culverts.
resolution make
Well, I mean, we can
reference
ask
to
if we have a policy,
road and
we're
bridge
limited
policies
to,
or
and,
anything?
you know, if it's basically outlined just like this, then.
And I think that
But
always
we have a
says if you're
precedent.
coming
All the
off the
people that
county
have been
road, you
turned
have to
down
go to the
over
road
all
and
this
bridge
time
and get
because
a
of the
permit.
precedent, it would be
Okay.
inappropriate to say, oh, just because this guy, we
Right.
should
But
change it
if
now.
he
That would
doesn't
be
get a permit,
inappropriate.
I agree.
So
Do you
let's
keep
get a
those?
policy
Do you
that
have
doesn't
those
get it
records?
right.
Find
Do you
them
have
for
everybody
that.
that's been turned
Through
down?
the zoning
I'd be
resolution.
curious in
Right,
developing the
but-
We
policy,
never
how
find
many
those
acres,
Yeah.
how many
Yeah, I
acres
do
were involved?
sometimes charge a lot.
Oh,
Yeah, we
on
keep
that.
everything going.
Oh, I'm bringing it up
But-
for us so you can help develop a policy,
Mhm.
what was turned
On
down.
our checklist, we have to have that permit.
Blood sugar's getting low, could we move on?
We're getting tired of you, Gary.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'll don't be this guy, as Danny DeVito would say. Thank
If
Gary.
you want and or need help, reach out.
Yeah, we've got a commissioners meeting coming up pretty soon. Well, next week I'll be with you about it.
Yeah, let's talk about it some more during that staff report. Thank you, sir, appreciate it.
See ya.
Yep.
See you later, Gary, thanks.
Next item on the agenda is the appointment of the committee of the underfunded courthouse presentation.
Sorry, I was just reading the door.
So, I put the word appointment, I don't know how formal that has to be, but we need to make some decisions.
You need a form of
This gentleman that's been
committee.
sitting here for an awful long time, is there something that you wanted to address the board, or you
Who
just
wants to
visiting?
buy the land?
He wants to talk about your last agenda item. Could you switch it around?
No, we're good, we'll stay on task. Underfunded courthouse.
No,
We've already gone through amending the agenda, that didn't happen, so. Are both of you gentlemen planning on attending?
I am.
I have every intention of being there in
Okay.
Denver.
It's 21st,
And-
right, still?
Shannon Byerly has indicated he will go. He has offered to be the spokesman.
I am
Your feelings
perfectly-
about that?
I am perfectly fine with that.
Commissioner Kanda?
I don't have a problem with it, but, we set a precedence with, commissioners supporting it last time, given the briefing, that was pretty impactful, I thought.
Yeah, well, it's our grant.
It's our grant.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you feel anybody else needs to be there?
Like who?
Well, I would suggest Lisa Rowe, but I happen to know she's flying out of Denver that day, so.
well,
Judge Hunter, we could ask her.
well, you know, guys, we're in it now, they know we're there, we know they know our case pretty well. We probably don't need as big a crowd there to make an impact, I don't think.
Yeah, I agree, we don't need to overwhelm them with numbers.
Uh,
They know we're coming, they know what we're after. My only idea is that we maintain some level of professionalism.
Right.
I think sending one person, we've seen it, right, when we were there, one person asking for $250,000 or $1.5 million.
Yeah, you even asked for a lot.
We even sat there and went, why would he be here by himself asking for $1.5 million?
Knew he didn't
So I
have
wanna
single
strike a balance
chance.
if we can, and maybe three's the balance, I don't know, that's why I put it on here, so we can talk about it.
My opinion would be if the sheriff and the three of us show up,
No.
what more could you possibly ask for?
Two of you, I will not.
Okay, two of us.
You're
show up.
abstaining.
Well, yeah, I'm no part of this process, yeah, by default, so it would be you three.
I wanna go just cause I care enough about getting the grant,
Well, so do
that I
I.
would like to just stand there and go, I'm a commissioner, I drove from Custer County up here just to show you how much I support this and appreciate what you're about to do, hopefully. That's the only reason I would go, to lend support. I have nothing to add other than my pretty face.
And,
Well, that'll swing the
yeah,
deal
I
right
mean,
there.
that
That ought to do it right there, right?
Most cases, I think it does.
and lend support, I mean, I want us, and obviously it's not me, but it's our grant, right? It's not we're supporting somebody else's grant, we gotta go there and say, we want you to approve our grant, it's us three
And that's
commissioners.
why I'm going there.
Right. Yeah, I don't wanna, I mean, we've gone and supported other people's efforts, this is our own effort, that's just what I wanna reinforce, that this is
So
our
you
grant.
want me or
We should
Jay
do.
to speak? Do you think that'd be better?
I don't have a feeling one way or another, no, I don't, Shannon said he would
So I think we,
be the spokesperson if we wanted
probably,
him
I
to.
think we actually, the way it'll probably work, we all three gonna have a comment.
We sat up in the front last time, I don't remember saying anything except hello when they were introduced, I introduced
Right.
myself, I didn't say another word. But my presence as a commissioner,
Right.
caring enough to
Sure.
go up there, to sit at the meeting,
Nobody's arguing.
made a loud statement.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
And we can get a
so.
couple charts together, and I think the three of us can, however it plays.
I mean, they're gonna want a spokesperson,
I-
so.
Why would not the sheriff has taken the lead on this project for the counties, on the county's behalf, he has been the lead on this. He's the perfect
I
person
think
to
he's
speak.
fine.
Okay.
and we'll help you.
I don't think we need to ask Judge Hunter to drive all the way to Denver.
I don't think so at all.
She was there before, they saw that, they're not gonna forget that.
That's right, the precedent's been set, the wheels are in motion, they've already paid us money to go do this, and we need more money.
Keep the project moving
Right.
forward.
So it's not a big
So,
deal.
from my perspective, I would think our main pitch is to tell them why we want the 35,000.
Correct.
And
that's
a
what
couple,
Shannon
two,
did.
3, 4 slides to support that, I don't know.
I agree, doesn't need to be anything particularly long.
Alright, I will follow up, or actually, you know what, I need to get out of it. So, would one of you take the lead to follow up with Shannon Byerly, make arrangements for travel, all of that?
I gotta go see him,
It's all on you.
Okay,
I'll just ask him to tell him we talked about it.
Just assume I'll be there.
so, yeah, I mean, I don't know why you couldn't all ride up together, but that's, cause there's only 3, that's the other nice thing about it. If there were 6 of us, it'd be different, but,
Yeah, we kind of, last time,
yeah, I'm going up the night before, so.
Are you gonna be there for this, or are you gonna do so? Oh, you,
No, I'm
you're
on
part
the
of
commission.
I
Yeah.
forgot.
he's gonna listen and he's gonna abstain.
Yeah.
How many on the commission?
I'm gonna say 10.
Will they
I've
vote
got
right,
that.
will they vote right then?
No,
That's-
no,
that-
they'll hear the presentation. After they hear all the presentations, then they meet and make decisions about their recommendations to the court administrator. They're not, this commission doesn't decide. This
Just
commission makes
recommendations.
recommendations to the court administrator, yes. And then he makes that final
You
decision.
either agree or not.
Is this on the 21st?
21st.
Yes, 21st.
What time?
Well, it starts at 8:30, but.
Oh, that's right, we
that's
don't
the
know
other
where
thing.
we're on the agenda.
So if Byerly's gonna take the lead, he needs to communicate with them and indicate a time. I'd gotten an email, of course, but I just responded and said I would assume Custer County would prefer late morning, early afternoon
Right, and we did that
because
last
of
time.
travel constraints. That's all I told them. So, okay, very good. Anything else, gentlemen, on that? We will move on then, consideration of the county property in San Isabel. Miss Jackie, you wanna take the lead, bring your guest up, whatever you'd like to do.
Mr. Eeks, why don't you sit in the front and show them what you have? Did you bring pictures?
I did.
Good morning, sir, how are you?
What's your name?
Michael Eeks.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Pleasure to meet you guys.
Okay.
And you, Amy. I have a piece of property over in San Isabel, and it's actually, basically the first property, if you drove over the bridge coming up from Rye, I'm on the right-hand side. Well, apparently when they expanded the road, from Old San Isabel Road, they ate up a lot of this property, and I own this
Correct.
piece here,
Yeah.
and there's 3 that I'm wanting to.
Maybe let me see.
We've got that.
Oh, you got, okay,
Yeah.
good. And there's 3 that I wanna purchase. There's not much to them. The grade going down to them would be prohibitive. You could not,
Right.
because the highway's raised up quite a bit there. The only value that I see in the property is, to add it to my own, and if my kids wanna build a swing down there, or pitch a tent down there, or something, that I'm not encroaching on county ground.
That's pretty steep in there.
Oh, it's real steep, you bet. And I suppose, even if somebody else owned it, they'd have to come across, my property to get to it anyway.
Which one is yours?
What's that,
Where's
sir?
yours?
I'm here, and these are,
The yellow is yours.
yes, and then 1, 2, 3, you can see that the road comes right across, and then it's real.
Do you know what the assessed value is on these pieces of property, what the assessors put it? I mean, or do they, it's county, is it definitely county property, is that how it's shown?
Yes, county property.
Okay, so there probably
The,
isn't
the,
an
you know, the
assessed
value,
value.
I'm not sure what value it holds. I mean, obviously it has a value, to me, in my mind. And then I would think that also putting it on the rolls, and collecting taxes would be, advantageous to the county as well.
Sounds like right now it's landlocked the way it's.
Let me see that piece of property.
Is it landlocked?
I don't have the map in front of me.
Well,
It
I guess
sorta
it
is,
depends on what
and
you
then
mean by landlocked.
You can walk, you can fall off a highway.
Well,
at
there's
65.
no
owns it.
access to it right now.
Right here is
Off of the
Mr.
highway there is.
You can
There
fall
is-
right off the
okay.
highway.
Right
onto
here
it.
is
Alright.
Mr. Compton. That's who owns that lot right there. It's a very small lot. These are all small lots, like Lake Louise, they're like 50 by 100 or something like that. And as you notice, the state highway comes down here and it cut off the front part of these lots.
That's small.
Mr. Compton, and it's, my fault, did not notice that Mr. Compton was on the other side. So, putting that in the mix of this thing, does Mr. Compton have anything on his property?
No, it's,
Because.
it's got some trees.
Because if you look at this property, you couldn't walk down it,
No,
because you would start running, and
Right.
then at the bottom is the river.
Right.
The one thing that Mr. Eakes did say, that if you could come to a conclusion on him purchasing it and a price, then my recommendation was that he had to vacate for $50 all the interior lot lines, including his own, because we want this to be one big
Big
piece.
lot.
Now, I want you to take into consideration that this is a platted, San Isabel was platted years ago, so individually they're all allowed a well, but if you would sell this, then whoever you sell it to has to vacate those lot lines so they can only have one well. Thank you.
So each one of those lots has a well permit, able to.
They could,
right
because
now.
it's pre-zoning, San Isabel.
Okay.
Pre-Senate Bill 35, 1972.
Are you okay vacating it if you bought these lots, would you vacate the lot lines and make it all
Absolutely.
one property?
Sure.
So you
What
intend
price
to build
did
a
you-
house on it or something?
No.
sometime? What do
No,
you
in
do?
fact, I don't know that you could,
Right.
to be honest with
It's
you.
too
I just,
You just want
I don't
it.
wanna be encroaching on somebody's land if I decided to make a little picnic area there or something like that. That's about what it's good for. There's
And is
really
that what
not
your
much,
neighbor's doing with his?
there's not much flat, land there. It's just mostly
What did you,
good place to put a tree stand, maybe, I don't,
Right.
that kind of thing.
what, you said you had a number in mind, what were you thinking was a reasonable price for those three
Well,
lots?
and
No?
may I interrupt, sir?
I'm sorry.
With all due respect, I wanna be careful here. And I'll tell you why. So, you just set in through this policy discussion, so I know you'll appreciate where we're coming from. It has been the procedure of the county since I've been a commissioner, in order to sell a piece of property that the county owns, that we notify all of the adjoining landowners. If someone else were to indicate an interest in buying this is why I didn't want to talk about money yet, then I believe then we would accept sealed bids.
Oh.
That's why I didn't want to have you toss out a number, because if it ends up that we do need to accept sealed bids, that would put you at an unfair disadvantage if you were to give us a number today. Does that make sense?
In fact, isn't that what we've done in the past? We've actually made sure that people that adjoin county land had an equal opportunity to bid on
Well,
It's a
We've done
policy.
yeah.
it. Is that a policy? That is a policy.
So that's why I interrupted you. I wanted to explain that. Then secondly, and obviously, I think that was part of the conversation we need to have today, is that that we need to kind of follow our process of notifying the adjoining landowners.
So is this an adjoining landowner here too?
There's two adjoining landowners,
Yeah. Well,
Compton.
And Mr. Eakes.
what's this down here?
Sorry, I was just there.
Right.
That's Mr. Eakes's.
That's a
whole
different
place.
property.
Oh, it is, okay, gotcha, good.
But you own it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, okay, so that clarifies it. So there is only one other guy that borders it.
And if we truly follow policy, I'm gonna maintain that's probably not correct, and I look back to Miss Jackie. Cause we've gone through this within the last 8 months, and we actually treated a landowner across the highway as an adjoining landowner. Pretty sure
Yes, we did, but let's go back to across the highway, we're not gonna find anybody across the highway.
Well, okay, hold on, let me look this back up, cause I lost my,
Yeah, you're right in the middle.
And- as a side note, while I'm doing this,
Mr. Trout,
Mr. Eakes, in my opinion, has the dukes of being the southernmost important part of the US.
Down south, let's go down south to Eakes's place.
Oh,
Take in the
come
sun.
on.
you're gonna have to put a sign on your driveway, southernmost.
Might make a buck
People
on it.
stop and take their
Landowner.
pictures there, like when they
Exactly.
cross state lines.
You are in the county line.
County line.
You could put up a little booth.
Okay.
You ever been in the courthouse in all that time you've been the southernmost for one of these meetings? You have?
I'm sorry.
You ever been in the, here for one of these meetings and all the time you've been the southernmost?
I've been in the courthouse, but.
Yeah.
Not
usually.
They can't.
I was pretty nervous about that.
Well,
Well,
you could, but
I
no, right
hope
across
you-
is that hill, then you hit the bridge.
Well, the
So,
land belongs to somebody.
Nancy,
the lake,
Terry Nance,
Terry Nance, I don't,
and Susan Barton, and Thomas Stanton.
In Pueblo County.
but see, they don't adjoin it like we would think adjoining
I
it.
know that. I agree with you 100%. I'm
So
just
we
saying.
don't-
I don't like living in the world of precedents. I hate it, actually.
I know, but I figured I scored today.
But we have adjoining landowners based on our history.
We got adjoining landowners based on our zoning regs and our history, I agree.
Okay.
So, the letters will go out, and
Well-
Mr. Eakes will get one.
Yeah,
I guess I defer to council here
Well, I would
about
certainly,
across the highway.
Did you see it, Clint?
show me, cause
Here.
They're very.
Look at
Pretty
this.
remote.
So,
okay, show me where we're at.
so it's these red ones, but I want you to look at the state highway.
Can't
And I
imagine
cut
one.
'em off. So
Have a little
these
picnic
are
spot where they
small
gotta
ones
sprint
that
across
I
the
like to
highway.
use as
No,
the-
but that's not the point.
No,
Nobody,
I-
nobody from across there's gonna want
Yeah,
it,
so
but
there's-
you got your
so-
rules.
You can sure, you can sure put it
All
out
I'm
there.
about is trying to
I think he's
honor
right. He's saying there's
the
3
process
lines on
and the
this.
rules, that's it. I
But
personally,
think
I
it's
would support
underneath
this,
the-
but
Isn't that underneath the lake?
Guys,
gotta go through the.
absolutely.
gotta go through the
Where's the
process.
bridge?
So hoops.
He's right here. Yeah, the bridge is right there.
The reason this property's on such a slant is because as they built the dam and the highway coming around there,
Is that all filled dirt?
it's on a big grade. I
Is
mean,
Yeah.
What are you looking at when you say that, some people owns property? Cause I want you to keep in mind also that the county has some property, but it's really not on the ground. It's underneath the lake.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this being an adjoining landowner.
This is showing as a
No,
parcel that JD's got. And so I think to err on the side of caution, you should go ahead and notify. I can't imagine why they have
Let
any
me
interest
see
in it.
what you're looking at, please.
Right there. I don't know what else to do. Right there where that cursor's at,
Okay, where's the property we wanna sell?
right there.
Yep.
I can't run this mouse very
Oh, I
well
see.
upside down.
Mhm.
I only bring this up, Jackie, because of our previous
We gotta
notification of an
notify
adjoining
You gotta notify her.
those people plus a little bit down the,
in Compton.
Well,
Yeah,
and I'm
Dan.
assuming the state doesn't own the state has a right of way there, so the properties are adjacent. Cause they come in the middle of the state highway.
I see Compton and the one across the state highway, Jackie, is the only two. Would you
and
agree with that?
Mr. Eakes. We'll all get a letter asking for a bid.
Does Compton just own that one lot, or does he own?
He owns, well, just the one.
Okay.
Now, I know you'll think I'm being antagonistic, but I don't remember. So we send out a letter asking for bids, or send out a letter informing adjoining landowners that somebody wants to buy that property? I can't remember how we did that.
We asked for bids.
Okay,
Yeah, we did.
now I can pull the letter up, I've got it.
Yeah,
I just-
we asked
did it
for
twice,
bids,
actually.
and then actually, we come up with a price,
Well, a minimum,
a minimum.
but that was based on the assessed value, we had
Uh-huh.
something to go on. Here, there's no assessed value.
But we could look at the other lots, we just have to keep in mind that these aren't full.
How did you get your lot
Right.
in the first place?
Right.
Pardon?
How did you get this lot?
Um,
Was that one county lot?
yes.
That was somebody
As I said, I have this
Yeah, I
in
know.
here,
Right.
and.
Did somebody else already
Yes,
own that?
Max Chartrand had an adjoining property over here, and Max had built and encroached on my, property, built too close to the damn property line. So, you can see how this property bills out here a little bit. I had to, he found the owner of this property and bought it.
Oh, I see, then he gave that to you for
Yeah.
compensation.
Do you remember the acreage of this piece, of these 3 lots?
No,
Right
we were
off the
trying to
bat?
figure it out too, because since the county, state highway
Highway
messed it up,
shortens
we don't
them up.
have no acreage on it.
Okay, so I just looked at, a letter that we had sent, and basically said that the commissioners has made the decision to list a property for sale that adjoins your land. The language is, I'm not sure it's accurate, but this is the wording: following tradition, the BOCC will offer adjoining landowners first opportunity to submit bids to purchase the property. So that's the basic premise. If you can live with that, then we can get that ball moving forward if that's what the commissioners agree. Based on all this, the commissioners need to vote on whether or not to sell this property, end of statement, correct? Cause the rest of it's
That's all we wanna
subsequent to
know.
that.
I move we sell the property to, and
Offer it for sale.
offer it
Offer
for
it for
sale.
sale, okay. I'll second the motion. It's been moved and seconded to offer for sale the property. Certainly, we don't have the legals for it right now.
We'll
so
get
I
the
don't know
legals
how
plus-
to go about
You
that.
could say,
Yeah.
offer,
Okay.
the property adjoining Mr. Eeks, and the other Compton,
If you are,
Yeah,
and
property
then we wanna,
between the
Eeks
Compton.
and Compton landowners, is that good enough for now?
and then we
We'll get the
also
legals.
wanna say if you are the awarded the property, you must vacate the interior property
We
lines.
can do cross that
Yeah.
when we get
Okay.
to the
We'll
specific.
put that on the
That'll
letter.
be in the letter, just, we gotta remember to do that, okay? Yeah, critical in this case to vacate, yeah.
Is there improvement on your property now? Is there a home or something on your property?
On,
On his main
On
property.
the
No,
one that
not on
joined,
this little
No,
lot.
the one you're living on.
Oh, yeah,
You have a home and a well there and everything?
yeah,
Okay.
Yes.
I wasn't quite clear.
that's that larger property
Yes.
to the north.
yeah, it's a log cabin, and it has its own well.
Okay.
You good, Gil? Further discussion? Public comment? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor of offering the property between Compton and Eeks land for sale, or to sell, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose nay, motion carries. Without objection, gentlemen, I'll work with Jackie just because I did the last time, and we'll work on the letter, if that's all right.
The letter
When do you
will
wanna
go
be
to the-
involved?
The property owners across the highway too, since
Yes.
that is
All of it.
adjacent.
Yes,
Since
two
the property
adjacent
comes
landowners.
together in the middle of the highway. You understand?
We'll adjoin two, or we will notify 3 landowners, correct, including Mr. Eeks? Okay. Good enough, sir?
Thank you.
Yeah, bet.
That, what may not have been worth your time, that
Thank you.
long,
Thanks a lot.
that's a lot of time.
Who wouldn't wanna be with us?
Well, sure makes my day whenever you're in here.
So, Kelly, you're okay with getting the legals?
Jackie.
Do that.
Jackie.
Thanks a lot.
You're
You
welcome.
better
Have a
hang
good
around for
day.
just a
You as
minute.
well.
I need
Thank
to talk to
you.
you about Miss McCarty. Do you know her?
Of course she knows.
McCarthy.
Is there a good place in town for lunch?
Yes, couple, 2 or 3.
What would you suggest?
Well, you'll have to ask
Wait a minute,
somebody other than the
Commissioner.
state and county
Yeah, this is
commissioner.
What do you want?
Lunch.
Jackie
the
can tell
official
you.
restaurant endorsed by the county.
That's
commission.
right, that's right. And maybe for the right amount of money, we can make that
Yeah,
arrangement.
we could, sir, endorse, yeah.
Any other public comment? Hearing none from Ms. Jackie, Chair would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second. It's been moved and second to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed nay. Motion carries. We are adjourned. We will disrecord and
Disavow.
disstream.